Not every voice is loud, yet every thought is strong. In the world of ideas, we all belong. Through logic and reason, we find our way. And the journey begins right here today. Jai Hind. I am Sanashri, student of Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law. I am truly delighted to welcome you all to this 11th Subharti and Unmukt Bharat National Debate Competition 2026, and it is a privilege to be your host for today's session. The topic for debate is passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. निष्क्रिय इच्छा मृत्यु गरिमापूर्ण मृत्यु का अधिकार है, न कि जीवन की गरिमा के लिए खतरा. It is my honor to introduce you all to Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut, has been established under the aegis of Mahayana, Theravada, Vajrayana Buddhist Religious and Charitable Trust, which has a commendable record of service in the fields of education, healthcare, and social welfare. It comprises several constituent colleges offering higher education across a wide range of disciplines. It has been a member of Association of Indian Universities since 2013 and has also been recognized as the Outstanding University of the year 2013-14 for its contributions to education, healthcare, national integration, and social empowerment. The university offers distance education programs also approved by the UGC and has been accredited with an A grade by NAC in 2022. The host college, Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law, is one of the constituent colleges of university established in the year of 2002. It is one of the top law colleges in Uttar Pradesh, established in the memory of the first Home Minister, first Deputy Minister, Prime Minister, eminent lawyer, and Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Recently, the college was awarded 5th rank in the category of eminent, first rank in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and third rank in the northern region in 2023. GHRDS Law School Survey, this accolade was presented by the Global Human Resource Development Center in New Delhi. Our college also recently achieved remarkable success in the competition of Success Review. Recognized as one of the top leading law school of super excellence, this accolade reflects the dedication of the entire college community. Unmukt Bharat. Unmukt Bharat is a non-political organization aiming for an ideal nation. Unmukt Bharat is an association of nationalists and individuals who realize their duties and are inclined to work for betterment of the nation. Unite those who are vigilant towards their responsibilities, towards the society and beloved Mother India. Missions of Unmukt Bharat to enable people to take responsibility for the nation building and so motivate them to seek resolution through individual and collective action, thereby enabling them to realize their full potential, to make people discover their potential for action and change, to enable people's collectives and movements encompassing diverse segments to pledge their particular strengths, working in partnership to secure, protect, and honor their human rights and fundamental rights as provided by the Constitution of India. As we move further, now I would like to request Professor Dr. Reena Bishnoi, ma'am, Dean, Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law, for her welcome address.
Thank you, Sana. Thank you so much. Respected esteemed judges, honored faculty members, and my dear participants, a very warm welcome or the gracious welcome to all of you on this momentous occasion of 11th Subharti and Unmukt Bharat National Debate Competition. Today, we gather here in this virtual platform not merely to compete, but to celebrate the spirit of intellect, expression, and the healthy discourse. Debate is not just about proving one's point, it is about listening, understanding, and growing through the exchange of ideas. It sharpens our thinking, strength, our confidence, and nurtures the art of respectful disagreement also. So I extend my heartfelt welcome to our distinguished guest judges who have kindly taken our time out of their busy schedules to guide and evaluate the participants. And your presence adds great value and credibility to this event. To our talented participants, I commend your courage and enthusiasm. You are the voices of today and the leaders of tomorrow. May this platform give you the opportunity to express your thoughts fearlessly and learn from one another. That is also very important. To learning is a very important process. So I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to organizing team, faculty members whose hard work and dedication have made this event possible. I am also grateful to our founders, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, and our directors and all the faculty members for this all your supports. Let us make this competition memorable one, where insightful arguments, mutual respect, and a true spirit of learning. That is highly important. So once again, welcome you all, and I wish all the participants wish you all the best. With these words, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much,
much.
Sana.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to introduce our esteemed panel of judges, distinguished Assistant Professor of Sardar Patel Institute of Law, and accomplished academians known for their profound expertise in their respective fields. Their academic excellence and insightful perspectives truly elevate the standard of this event. We have Mrs. Shivani Chaudhary, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. We have Professor Parth Malhotra, sir, Assistant Professor, Sardar Patel Subharti Institute of Law, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University. We welcome you. Now, all the teams are requested to join, and viewers' link capacity is only for 4 to 5 teams, so be ready for your turn and be patient. Before we proceed further, I would like to draw your attention to the rules of the competition. A speaker can speak either in English or Hindi. Each speaker would be given 3.5 minutes to speak. If a speaker crosses the limit of 3.5 minutes, he or she may lose marks. Assistance from written manuscripts may lead to adverse marking. While presentation, if the participant is disconnected due to network glitch, then only 15 to 30 seconds shall be provided for reconnecting. After that, the decision of the judges shall be final in this regard. In case of issue dispute, The decision of the debate organizing committee shall be final. The decision of the judges would be final and cannot be challenged. Now, I would like to call upon the first team, F1. F1 is not present with us, so we are moving forward, and I would like to call upon F2.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly switch your camera on.
Ma'am, may I start?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Honorable judges, we are the only species on this planet that forces its dying to keep dying. Every other creature, when it reaches the end, is allowed the mercy of nature. But we, the most intelligent beings on the earth, have built a clinical cage of machines and legal hurdles to trap the dying inside the body that has already surrendered. We call this protecting the sanctity of life, but I ask, is it sanctity or is it the sentence? But or is it life or it is just a heartbeat? I stand in firm support of the motion. The law has already seen this tragedy, from Jian Kaur to Aruna Shanbag to 2018 Common Cause verdict, and recently in Harish Rana as well. The court affirmed the withdrawal of life support is not act of killing; it is act of withdrawing futile medical intervention. The highest courts have spoken 4 times. The law is ready. The doctors are ready. The only thing that is missing is our courage to accept it. And also the state in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita can award death penalty. We allow law to take life against a person's will for sake of punishment. We accept the rope, we accept the warrant. If our legal system is enough to end a life as sentence, how can it be too weak to allow a soul to surrender it as a choice? If we afford the mercy of a quick and to convict, why do we sentence an innocent terminal patient and their entire family to such sufferings? And every year, almost 1.5 crore Indians are admitted to ICUs and with zero recovery chances, and they are trapped in these medical issues and cost almost 72% of Indian families spend their entire life savings in just final 3 months of their loved ones. If one works for their entire life to earn crores to secure their child's education, would they ever want the legacy swallowed by a machine that offers no hope? It's not just about bills, it's about the agency, it's about the respecting a person's life that he is working to support the living. And but beyond the law, I would like to put the human cost as well, that no report can capture. In the recent Harish Rana case, in an interview, his parents asked or put forward one question that haunts us, that who will take care of him, who will take care of our child when we are gone? Imagine the agony of parents who wake up every day to look at a child who is physically there but mentally gone. There is hope. Their hope doesn't just die once. It dies 1,000 times every single morning when they wake up and they see their child in such a state. They are dying daily alongside the patient. They aren't just losing their savings. They're losing their peace, sanity, and their right to say goodbye. Like, have you ever sat beside someone and watched a machine breathe for them? The families who endure this, they don't talk about sanctity, they talk about mercy. They are not greedy with money. They just are being protective of the love that remains. And I think that human beings, when they have come in this world, then they should get to live this world with dignity intact and not as burden. And the constitution has spoken. Desperate cries of parents like Harish Rana have spoken. So I would like to put forward that passive euthanasia is not a threat to the sanctity of life, denying it is. Thank you.
Thank you, participant. Now I would like to call upon A2.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay. Respected judges, worthy opponents, and distinguished audiences. Mahatma Gandhi once said, the true measure of any society can be measured how they're treating their vulnerable individuals. Today I ask that what it reflects about the society when we providing solution to the sufferings, not by answering their queries, not by palliative care, not by compassion, but by providing death. Passive euthanasia is not protecting vulnerable, they it simply abandons them. And on this conviction, I firmly oppose this motion. First argument is that Indian legal framework is not ready. Supreme Court in Common Cause versus Union of India has argued that has allowed passive euthanasia on the basis of free will. But court himself admitted that they have not any full framework, and India do not have any central registry, they do not have any standard verification process, they do not have any independent medical boards which examines the criteria decisions taken on the passive euthanasia. According to World Bank report, it states that India is a country where 70% more than expenses is being borne out by the individuals related to medical expenses. So how we can force families to take the decisions regarding death? A 2019 Oregon study also found that the 59% individuals who opted death because they feel that they are becoming a burden over the families regarding financial burden, regarding care. But a study also suggests that death is reduced by 50% if proper support is there and proper financial assistance is there. My third argument is that Belgium is a country which provides stricter laws regarding passive euthanasia. But in 2003, there were 235 cases regarding euthanasia, and by 2023, there were 3,000 cases regarding euthanasia, which is an increase of 15%. And in Netherlands, almost 5% deaths are related to euthanasia. My argument is that Belgium and Netherlands are fully developed countries. They have wealthy funds, they have proper facilities, they have proper legislation. By having all these things, they were not able to cope up with these euthanasia cases. How can we debate about the India that India do not have any proper medical facilities, they do not have any legislation? As per the report, India, more than 70% of expenses were borne out by the individuals, and India is in a developing stage. My fourth argument is that there were many questions which were raised according to the reports that if someone is financial burden, if someone is not able to move, if someone is not able to eat, then that is a more suitable option. But my argument is that I deeply concern these issues, but main argument is that you cannot put particular mark, a particular rate upon an individual life. If proper support is there, if proper subsidies are available by the government, these individuals can live more. And at last, honorable judges, dignities cannot be given by withdrawing the treatment. It is demonstrated by standing beside this. And a civilization cannot be, say, efficient if it is giving death instead of providing palliative care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, A2. Before moving further, teams must see that timer tag will run on the screen of 1 minute, 30 second and time over. Now, I would like to call upon the first team, F1.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Good morning, respected judges and everyone present here. Today, I stand to speak on a very sensitive and often misunderstood topic, which is passive euthanasia. I speak in the favor of the motion. When we think about life, we often consider it scared and absolute. But an important question arises where life is only about survival or it also includes dignity. Because a person is alive and trapped in unbearable suffering without a hope of recovery. Can we truly say that this is a real and dignified life? And our legal system has recognized or thoughtfully addressed this concern, as it has been recognized that right to life is fundamental, But in the case of terminal illness, right to die with dignity is also considered under right to life. In a situation where a person remains in persistent vegetative state for years without a hope of recovery, totally depend on artificial machines for survival. The question is not about choosing death. The question is whether this person is really, this existence can really say that they are fulfilling the purpose of life. That is where passive euthanasia comes in. Passive euthanasia does not mean actively ending someone's life. It simply means withdrawal of artificial machines and and allow the nature to take its course when there is no hope of recovery. We know that medical field had made great advancement, and they can prolong the survival, but in all cases they cannot be able to restore its quality. It asks us whether preserving life in all conditions can be truly a good decision in all circumstances. And also, when there is no hope of recovery, it is better to allow the nature to take its course. And also, our legal system makes sure that this process cannot be misused. With the help of strict liabilities, strict safeguards such as medical board examinations, also judicial oversight, and a clear procedure, make this process more realistic rather than arbitrary one. Also, it ensures passive euthanasia is not the one who reduces the value of our life. It upholds the dignity and the quality of life. In addition, it is not about choosing the death. The main question and answer is about choosing the humanity, dignity, and quality of life. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, F1. Now I would like to call upon A1.
Ending life is not an expression of dignity, but a surrender of it. Good morning, respected chairperson, honorable judge, and my worthy opponent. Today, I stand firmly against passive euthanasia, and my team code is A01. It may appear a compassionate way to end suffering and provide relief. But when we examine it deeply, not just emotionally, but constitutionally, ethically, and socially, we realize that it opens the door to consequences far more dangerous than the suffering it seeks to end. Article 21 guarantees right to life, not right to die. Life is a natural right, while death is an inevitable fact, not a protected freedom. The Indian judiciary had consistently attempted to include the right to die within personal liberty, but recognized that such an interpretation would erode the very scarcity of life that the Constitution seeks to protect. Passive euthanasia, irrespective of intention, amounts to ending a human life and cannot be justified in law. The consistent the consistent judicial approach has therefore been to prioritize the preservation of life, even in the most difficult circumstances. Where passive euthanasia was allowed under specific condition, it was not treated as a celebration of autonomy. Rather, it approached the issue with extreme caution, recognizing the serious risk involved. It was recognized that such a power, if misused, could have irreversible consequences. This brings to me one of the gravest concerns: the illusion of consent in a society like ours, where where many elderly individuals depend on their family, where economic pressure and shape decision, and where emotional corrosion often remain invisible. Can we truly say that every decision to die is voluntary? What appear as consent may in reality be silent compulsion. If the law cannot distinguish between the two, it risks violating the very dignity it claims to protect. There is also the danger of slippery slope. If passive euthanasia is accepted today for terminal illness, tomorrow it may extend to the chronic condition and eventually even to mental suffering. Once we begin to draw a line on whose life is worth continuing, those lines will inevitably shift. What starts as an exception can slowly become a norm, and that is a risk no society can afford to take. Moreover, passive euthanasia creates a serious ethical conflict within the medical profession. Doctors are trained to preserve life, not to decide when it should be ended. If the role of healer transform into a life terminator, it will erode the very foundation of trust between patient and medical profession. In conclusion, passive
A1, your time is
euthanasia is
over.
not merely okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to call upon F3.
Oh, wait, my camera is not opening. Actually, I am ready, I think. Am I audible?
F3. Yes, you are audible, but you have to switch on your camera.
It's not actually. Okay. See, I will be starting in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Greetings, respected judges, panelists, and my fellow members. I will be speaking for the motion, and my argument will be in three legs. The first leg will be on the constitutional foundation, that is, Article 19 as a narrative right. As government, we do not limit this debate into Article 21, that only as a right to life. But we argue, reiterating the wisdom of Charles Darwin, that life is an art. We argue that life is an expressive autobiography protected under Article 19, Clause A. To provide a logic for this as argument is that the state protects our right to express our thought and our identity. It must also protect our right to curate the final chapter of our life. To support this, in the case of common clause, Justice Chandrachud himself stated that a person has a sacred core that is autonomous to himself. It is to be emphasized that a heartbeat without an agency is not a life, it is a biological sentence. Forcing a mechanical ending on a person who has authorized a life of dignity is state sponsored vandalism. The second of my argument is related to the informed refusal. This argument works that on the assumption that the state wishes to state that it is a state wishes to kill. We are exercising the right to refuse medical interference. The logic here is that all medical procedures require a consent. If a procedure, such as the procedure of feeding through a tube, is a treatment, then we have absolute right to say no to it. The evidence of this is in the case of Harish Rana versus Union of India. Supreme Court stated that all medical care, that is clinically assisted nutrition, is not a basic care and therefore consent is essential. The impact brings us to a real question here. Is the state given the power to commit medical trespass? The third is my reciprocity of risk. The argument here is that the state's position is inconsistent. Why that is so is that the state allows phase 1, that is clinical trials which are dangerous, on the idea to prolonged life. It also has a risk as chance of 1% survival. The evidence that I provide to support this is that the drugs and the cosmetic acts, the state accepts informed consent when there is a chance of prolongment of life as a risk. But the state, however, thinks that we do not have, or we have incompetency to sign a waiver to protect my dignity as to life, stating on a hospital bed. So, in my conclusion, I would say that euthanasia is not a mere killing of the self, but is an expression on autonomy by Article 19 clause 1 part A and with Article 21 together in force. And this autonomy does not require mercy. It requires a respect. It requires a dignity that every person must have for their own informed idea. Thank you.
Thank you, F3. Now I would like to call upon A3.
Am I visible, audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may start now.
Greetings to the members and the panelists. I would like to speak against the motion in 3, 2, 1. So, passive euthanasia, which basically means taking away the life support system and can be considered as a good death. But it cannot be interpreted as a death with dignity, as the person is not treated as a human being itself, rather, is considered as a corpse. And when the person around are just taking the decision without the consent of that person, so how can we say that it is a death with dignity? There's no dignity at all. I would like to carry forward my arguments under three heads. First of all, vegetative state. So here, vegetative state means a condition in which brain neurological cells are not responsive and there is no awareness. When we say there is no awareness, that person is not able to feel any kind of agony, pain, suffering, or anything of that sort. Even the doctors are not aware what kind of feeling that person is actually going through, and that person can be in an eternal dream, or that person can be in a time lapse. When we can dream in conscious mind and subconscious mind, then why can't in an eternal dream couldn't be there? Then I would like to say that secondly, the life support system which is provided, it is not a artificial life. Rather, it is a help provided to the patient. When we say the help is provided to the patient, all the other bodily functions are performed by that patient himself and herself only. Then, but by implementing passive euthanasia, we are actually reducing the lifespan of a person. That means we are interfering with the forces and function of nature. Thirdly, I would like to say that in this process of passive euthanasia, where we are not considering the consent of that person, people like Stephen Hawking, who was in progressive muscular paralysis, was not able to even move or speak voluntarily. But despite that, he provided us with a very great theory, and without whom we wouldn't have gained that knowledge itself. Then, in a country where corruption level is so high, especially in the field of medical sciences, where so many people are employed, so many people are getting their employment from, people tend to bribe the doctors. Like by corruption, people try to bribe the doctors for the sake of property or any ill will they intended. Or when a person is at their old age stage, people try to get rid of them and try to save their energy or resources. In the end, I would like to conclude my argument by saying that it can be a chapter in one's life. And we should not forget that miracles do happen. And when the miracles happen, at that time, the whole scenario is changed into a beautiful story. That is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, A3. Now I would like to call upon F4.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may start now.
Honorable judges and my worthy opponent, I stand before you to defend not just a legal principle, but what the very essence of human beings need to be. What it means to be a human being. Honorable judges, my opponent will seek you that they will say that it is the sanctity of life. They will say that life is precious. It should not be, it should be considered as gift. But I ask, life is a gift or is it a sentence? When we force human beings who are in an irreversible state of a decay in which we are not honoring life, we are worshipping a biological function as under the Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, which states that right to life and personal liberty.
but it provides right to life, not right to breathe. I asked everyone, my other opponents, about that, what it should mean to be a person who is only breathing or a person who is only living, who is living his life in his own terms. And I ask, as our honorable Supreme Court has also given judgment and expanded the definition of Article 21, which states that right to life include right to life with dignity. For 42 years, we have seen that Aruna, who was not merely living but not merely died. We have seen that Article 21 was expanded its definition from the Common Cause Act, from the Common Cause case, in which the definition was expanded from right to life with dignity was also included. Life is not mere a pumping of a heart and venturing of a widening of a widening in a ventilator. It is a self-determination from which a human being lives. When a body becomes a tomb, it is nothing but the medical technology leads to a medical torture to the human body who is not able to respond due to the persistent state. It is not just a theory, as in recent case of Harish Rana, in which he was in a pure vegetative state for 13 years, and the court finally allowed the withdrawal of his feeding tubes, making a revolutionary decision. Clinically assisted nutrition and hydration is a medical treatment, but not a basic care, as we have many guidelines given by the Supreme Court, which says that passive euthanasia cannot be misused. And they have given certain guidelines like two-tier medical boards, magistrate verification, living wills will be given under the Ayushman Bharat ID portal. And they said, and they equate that it illogically, as legally verified living will be considered as murder. How far can be considered as murder? It is the opposition wants you to choose a heart which beats on electricity, but I want you to choose the heart that finds a peace through mercy. At last, sanctity of life is found how we treat the living being, not how we torture the dying. At last, I just want to conclude that please stand for the motion and make the sun set with the same dignity how it rise. Thank you.
Your time. Thank you, F4. Now I would like to call upon A4.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Respected chairperson, honorable judges, and my dear friends, a very good morning to all of you. Pain should be treated, but life should never be ended. And that's why I stand firmly against the motion. Passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity. Life is not something we can measure or replace. Even in suffering, life has value. If we start deciding who is worthy to protect, but it could hamper our society at large. In the case Jian Kaur versus State of Punjab, the Supreme Court said that right to life does not include right to die because life must be protected under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. In real life, patients mostly depend on their family members and their relatives that can make them precious, and decisions may be influenced by them due to money, due to stress, due to emotional from the family members. In the case Arna Shamba case, passive euthanasia in theory allows but refused by the court that in her case in starting how risky and uncertain it can be. In Common Cause versus Union of India, the Supreme Court allowed passive euthanasia, but law also known that how risky it could be, because dignity does not mean death. Dignity is a care, responsibility, standing with the person who are suffering. In our society, we don't need people suffer, we need people who recover. Like sometimes people are in coma that can get better in 3 months, it can also took 1 year to recover. If the family take emotional stress due to money, they take decision of the passive euthanasia, it can also affect the person, because life is a individual freedom to the person, and ending is life is not a dignity. For betterment of our society, we need people, we don't need ending people because they are suffering. And our government should also improve related to medical facilities, improving that, not to ending life. In our country, passive euthanasia is allowed in some cases, but active euthanasia is not allowed. So I think passive euthanasia is also not allowed. Patients like who are in coma, and many people mm, like Stephen Hawking's examples, some members give, like if we decide that he should not be anymore, how can we get more theories like that? So ending life is not a dignity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, A4. Now I would like to call upon F5.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Thank you. Dignity is not just about how we live, but also how we are allowed to die. Honorable judges, we are not just debating about law or medicine, but we are debating what it truly means to live and die with dignity. Life is not just about breathing, it is also about awareness, choice, and dignity. When these are completely lost, it is just merely existing. I would now like to explain this with the help of three key pointers. Firstly, passive euthanasia upholds the fundamental right to dignity and personal autonomy. Life is also about the ability to make choices and live with self respect. When a person is terminally ill, forcing them to continue treatment against their will takes away their control over their own body. Passive euthanasia simply allows individuals to refuse extraordinary medical interventions and accept the natural course of life. In this way, it simply respects the individual's right to decide how their life should conclude, thereby preserving dignity till the very end. Secondly, passive euthanasia is legally and constitutionally recognized in India as part of right to life under Article 21. In the common cause case, in Aruna Shanba case, and even in the Harsh Rana case, the Supreme Court has clearly stated that the right to die is an extension of the right to live with dignity. This is a constitutional fact, not a moral argument. The court has also established safeguards such as living wills and medical oversights to ensure that the process is ethical and transparent as well. Therefore, passive euthanasia is a carefully regulated right that respects law and humanity. Thirdly, passive euthanasia, this prevents any kind of unnecessary suffering and aligns with the true purpose of medicine. Medical science is meant to heal and relieve pain, not to prolong suffering when there is absolutely no hope of recovery. Keeping a person alive artificially in a state of permanent unconsciousness and extreme pain does not honor life, but it provides stress and distress to both the patient and their loved ones. Allowing a natural death in such a case is an act of compassion and not harm. This ensures that life retains its value and is simply not reduced to mere biological existence which is sustained by machines. So, therefore, honorable judges, I would like to conclude by saying that passive euthanasia does not weaken the sanctity of life, but it strengthens it by ensuring that life is not simply reduced to mere survival without dignity. A truly humane society is not one that forces people to live at any cost, but one that respects their choices, dignity, and their peace till the very end. If dignity matters in life, then it should also matter in death. For these reasons, I strongly support the motion. Thank you.
FY, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is it ethically justifiable to prolong the biological life of a patient who is in a previous, that is, persistent vegetative state with no hope of recovery? Kindly justify the statement as you are in favor of the debate.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, as we have seen in the common cause judgment and even in the Harshit Rana case and even in the Aruna Shanba case, these two people, they were constantly in a vegetative state and their families were burdened. So, when they were provided with euthanasia, even the court has stated that they have a right to die and to end all kinds of suffering, so that this reduces the burden on their loved ones as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, F5. Now I would like to call upon A5.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
All right. I'll directly begin with the words of G.K. Chesterton. The most incredibly important thing about the human being is that he is human. And today, that truth is under quiet attack. The motion asks us to accept something that is profoundly dangerous, that death can be reframed as dignity, and that state may participate in that reframing. But at its core, this is not compassion. It is a slow legal redefinition of whose lives are still worth protecting. The right to life under Article 6 of the ICCPR and Article 2 of the European Convention of Human Rights is the supreme right, the fulcrum of rights upon which all the other rights, the foundation upon which every other freedom stands. And yet, the proposition asks you to believe that this right includes its own negation, a right to death. Courts across jurisdictions have refused to make that leap. Gian Kaur has stated that no right to die under Article 21 shall be allowed. Washington versus Gulsbury and Walker versus Quill has said that no constitutional protection shall be given for assisted death. Pretty versus United Kingdom says that the right to life does not create a right to die. Even in India, in Aruna Shambhag, Common Cause, and Harsh Rana, passive euthanasia is permitted only as a narrow, tightly and controlled exception surrounded by safeguards, hesitation, and judicial oversight. Because the law understands something the proposition is ignoring. When death becomes a right, it becomes an exception. It starts being an exception and stops being an exception. And that is where the real danger lies. Let us speak honestly about the choice. End of life decisions are rarely made in freedom. They are made in pain, in isolation, in quiet guilt. They are made by people who begin to feel like burdens on their families, on their caregivers, on a system that is already stretched thin. What we call a voluntary decision is often shaped by untreated depression, fear of dependency, and the subtle but powerful pressure of not wanting to be a problem. And here is the uncomfortable truth. When society fails to provide adequate health care, palliative care, or emotional support, death begins to look less like a choice and more like an escape. The Inter-American Court on Human Rights has recognized a right to care, and it makes this clear. The duty of the state is not to make death easier. It is to make life, no matter how fragile, worth living. Because once the state offers death a solution to suffering, it is no longer protecting dignity. It is admitting failure. And this failure does not fall equally. It falls hardest on the vulnerable, the elderly, the disabled, and the economically marginalized. Those whose lives are already undervalued in systems that measure worth in productivity and independence. For them, euthanasia does not expand choice, it narrows it. It quietly tells them your life has become too expensive, too difficult, too much. And that, dear judges, is not dignity, that is abandonment. To conclude, the right to life is non derogable. It cannot be suspended, diluted, or redefined to include its own destruction. Because the moment the law begins to decide which lives are worth preserving, we lose the universality the human lives depend upon. That is it. This is the idea of human dignity itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, A5. Now I would like to call upon F6.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Imagine lying in a hospital bed where every breath is a battle, every moment is a reminder that your body has turned into a prison. You can't move, you can't speak, you can't consent. Yet the machine keep running on. Why? Not to cure, not to heal you, just to sustain your life. Is that a life or is that a suffering? Good morning, honorable judges and my fellow speaker. Today, I don't argue for death, I argue for dignity. I firmly support the motion that passive euthanasia is not a threat to sanity of life. It is an honorable and compassionate expression that our Indian constitution and courts agree with it. Passive euthanasia, passive euthanasia is not a killing. When an individual due to age, illness, or any accident is unable or incapable of giving its consent, his condition is irreversible and beyond the recovery, and the treatment given to him is to not cure, heal, just to sustain his life. Withdrawing the treatment is passive euthanasia. It is not taking away anything, it is just letting go. Under Article 21 of our Constitution, it guarantees right to live with dignity, but our Supreme Court also confirmed that it includes right to die with dignity as well. In Aruna Shanberg 2011 case, the principle was first established under strict judicial oversight and medical board. In Common Cause 2018 case, the five judge bench of constitution granted is a constitutional protection also recognizes as a part of a fundamental right where living will was recognized as a legal document. In Harish Rana 2006 case, the recent case, for the first time in Indian history, passive euthanasia was granted. The guidelines were actually implemented. Supreme Court directed aims to withdraw the life support under full supervision. And in this case also, sitting tube was considered as a medical treatment. The safeguard are ironcladed. There are two independent medical board, a full documentation, a living will, family consent, and judicial oversight. There is no chance of misuse. The Supreme Court also said that dignity uh, in the process of dying is as much as part of right to live under Article 21. To deprive an individual of dignity towards end of life is to depriving an individual of a meaningful existence. This is not a loophole. This is a law that is careful, deliberate, and compassionate. India has approximately 95 ICU beds for what? 1.4 billions of people. The patients that are in vegetative states are on life support. They are not only deprived of dignity, but patients that have any chance of recovery or to live their life for second chances also deprived of these ICU beds. Family across India take loans, sell their homes, are emotionally drained, not to save their loved ones, but to delay a day of death of their loved one. This is not sanity, this is a prolonged despair that is attached with hospital bills. The treatment given to these type of patients is not a medical treatment or healing treatment. It is a mechanical sustain. There is a difference between living and a merely existing. Talking about religion concept here, in Hindu tradition, fasting into death has long been accepted spiritually by people where body no longer serve its purpose. In Jain tradition, Santara, or peaceful withdrawal, is considered to be honorable conclusion of the life. Honorable conclusion. Both the Asian tradition teaches us that forcing a body to continue beyond its natural cause is violation of dignity. I don't support this motion because I care less of life. I support it because I care more of life. I don't want to see my loved one being trapped between death and life. Thank you. I support this motion that passive euthanasia is not threat to dignity.
Thank you, F6. It is for all the participants that assistance from a written manuscript may lead to adverse marking. Now, I would like to call upon A6.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Respected judges, my fellow participants, and audiences. Passive euthanasia may appear human, but in reality, it creates risks like erosion of sanctity of life, threat to the sanctity of life, weak enforcement, coercion, and abuse. With this, I firmly stand against the motion. Firstly, I would like to mention that passive euthanasia is not a right to die with dignity. It's a risk that take away the rights given to the vulnerable people and the protection given to them that they deserve. Secondly, as the opponent says that it doesn't create it. Sorry. As the opponent speaks about autonomy, they say every person has a right to choose. I agree. In a perfect world, yes. But we do not live in a perfect world. True autonomy requires three essentials: full information, full freedom, and zero pressure. And passive euthanasia does not guarantee any of those. Furthermore, I would like to mention some concerns. First concern is who is really deciding. A patient who is bedridden, who sees worry on their family's face, and who have medical bills piled up, are they really choosing, or are they under the storm of guilt or exhaustion? They are not choosing freely. That would be a silent coercion, and it would be termed as helplessness wearing a formal name. The second concern which I would like to mention is who holds the authority. The family members, the doctors, the institutions. If they are given the power to choose, they may use it for convenience. There may be the chances of fatigue, money, and negligence, or even they may choose it for, they may be influenced by convenience. The moment a patient becomes cost rather than a person, that is when passive euthanasia does not becomes mercy, it becomes a system. Furthermore, I would like to mention some case laws that the law itself says. In the case of Jian Kaur versus State of Punjab 1996, the court held that passive euthanasia is right to life does not include right to die. And furthermore, in the cases of Aruna Shanbog and Common Cause, the court held that there should be strict compliance and further advanced directives that should be there for the enforcement, and it was taken as a narrow exception. If it's really a right, why is it being used so cautiously? Furthermore, I would like to mention that there should be the solutions like palliative care, hospice support, and pain relief, pain management, the counseling of the family members. There should not be a power imbalance, and no one should be given the right to kill someone. The solution should not be to let someone go, it should be to help them furthermore live. And I would also like to mention that in Aruna Shanbag case, she was denied passive euthanasia even when she was in a vegetative state. With this, I would like to conclude my statement that a dignified society doesn't help in ending someone's suffering, it helps them to furthermore create a life through that suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, A6. Now I would like to call upon F7.
Ma'am, am I audible and visible clearly?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay. Esteemed judges and fellow debaters, imagine lying in a hospital bed for 13 years. You cannot move, you cannot speak. Machines breathe for you. Every single day you just exist, but you do not truly live. Today, I stand before you to speak for the motion and ask you, is that life or is that suffering? That was the reality of Harish Rana, whose parents watched their child remain physically present and yet painfully absent from life. For years, they lived with silent hope for not a miracle, but for the dignity of their child. And finally, in 2026, the Honorable Supreme Court granted them that dignity by allowing the withdrawal of life support. This is what we call passive euthanasia. It is not killing or injecting death, but simply withholding the life-sustaining device and allowing the nature to take its course. This moment is not just a decision. It reflects the evolving judicial approach that began with the Aruna Shanbog case, where for the very first time the Honorable Supreme Court recognized passive euthanasia under strict safeguards. We often say that life is sacred. Indeed it is, and therefore, passive euthanasia is not a threat to the sanctity of life. It is a recognition that life is more than mere just biological existence. It is about dignity, consciousness, and humanity. When a terminally ill patient lies in agony with no hope of recovery, kept alive only by machines, prolonging that state does not honor life, it actually degrades it. The Honorable Supreme Court of India clearly recognized the right to die with dignity as a fundamental right under Article 21 in Common Cause versus Union of India case. It legalized passive euthanasia and validated living wills. So legally, the contention is addressed that if dignity is a part of life, then a dignified death should also be respected. If we step beyond our borders and look at the global arena, Netherlands became the first country to legalize euthanasia, followed by Belgium, Canada, Switzerland, and several other nations, setting a model based on strict safeguards, medical ethics, and voluntary choice. Honorable House, every competent adult has the right to say no, no to surgery, no to life support. This is the right to refuse treatment, which comes under the purview of bodily autonomy under Article 21. Additionally, the Law Commission's 241st report of 2012 clarified that a competent patient's refusal of life-sustaining treatment is legally valid. Honorable House, to force a loved one to suffer needlessly when a peaceful death is possible, that is what is cruel and truly uncompassionate. Euthanasia, from the Greek meaning good death, is fundamentally rooted in the idea of showing mercy. When law, ethics, and humanity all recognize the right to die with dignity, denying it would mean endorsing suffering over compassion. I therefore urge this distinguished house to stand not for death but for dignity, stand not against life but against merciless suffering, and firmly stand for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, F7. Now I would like to call upon A7. A7, you are not audible.
Now,
Now you are audible and visible. You may
shall I
start now.
esteemed judges and fellow debaters, I stand against the motion, not from sentiment, but from evidence, law, and conscience. The proposition calls passive euthanasia an act of dignity, while I call it delegated abandonment dressed in compassion to make it easier to swallow. Let us begin where law begins. Article 21 guarantees every person right to life, not merely biological survival, but a life of meaning, protection, and dignity. The Supreme Court in Jian Kaur versus State of Punjab explicitly and unambiguously held that the right to life does not include right to die. Thus, dignity in living cannot be contorted into a legal instrument for terminating life. So, what has changed in law, in medicine, or in morality that now justifies erasing that principle? The proposition rests its entire moral case on one word, and that is consent. I want you to examine that word carefully. Consider the case that built this very framework, Aruna Ramchand Shonbag versus Union of India. Aruna lay in vegetative state for 42 years. She never consented. The petition was not filed by her family, nor by her doctor, but by a journalist. And yet that judgment became the very cornerstone of India's advanced directive framework. My learned opponent will point to the living will, but a living will is written by someone already burdened by guilt. In a society that makes seriously ill feel like a liability, research consistently show that the patients cite fear of burdening their family as a primary reason they opt out of care. That is not free choice. That is coercion without a coercer. The law formalizes that pressure. It does not protect against it. Calling this dignity is not compassion, it is rather legal fiction. And when a framework built on ambiguous consent and invisible coercion decides who live and who doesn't, it does not merely fail to protect the sanctity of life, it undermines it at its very foundation. The proposition says safeguard will hold. I invite them to look at Netherlands, where euthanasia began as a narrow exception and today extends to patients with depression, dementia, and psychiatric illnesses. The Chabot case of 1994, euthanasia was permitted to a psychiatrically ill women with no terminal condition. No cancer, no organ failure, just grief. Once the door is open, it does not stay narrow. We are not against mercy. We are against abandoning mistaking abandonment for it. Honorable House, dignity is the presence of care when care is hardest to give. We do not solve suffering by ending the sufferer. We do not honor life by legislating its exit, and therefore I urge every member to stand firmly against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, A7. Now I would like to call upon F8.
I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On the count of 3, 2, 1. The great thinker Jean-Jacques Rousseau once said, "To live is not to breathe, but to act. It is to make use of all the organs, our senses, and all the parts of ourselves, which gives us the sentiment of existence. Every man has a right to risk his own life for the preservation of it. But today I ask you what happens when there is no life to deserve? What happens when life is merely a pulse maintained by a plug in a wall? I ask you, what is the sound of a life? Is it a laugh? Is it a whisper? Is it a heartbeat? Or is it a cold mechanical third hiss of a ventilator? Today we are not debating the right to die. We are debating the right to stop being tortured in the name of medicine. We are debating whether a human being is a person with a soul or simply a biological machinery that we refuse to let rest. A pleasant morning to respected judges and all the members present. I'm Team Code F8 and I speak in the favor of the motion that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. Walk with me. Walk with me, ladies and gentlemen, into a room that smells of bleach and goodbye. There lies Savitri. 4 years ago, she was the heartbeat of her house. The jingle of silver bangles, the smell of fresh rotis, and the constant prayer on her lips. Today she is a biological project. Her ribs are constantly bruised from the constantly pushing of a pump. Her skin is cold. Her eyes are open, but they are constantly looking at a heaven she is forbidden to enter. Is it sacred to keep a heart beating with electricity when the mind is gone? Is it holy to keep a body with her until it is unrecognizable just because we are too afraid of the silence? Passive euthanasia is the having the courage to stand over the person you love the most and whisper. Whisper, ladies and gentlemen, I love you enough to let you go. I love you enough to stop the pain. Critics says we are playing God. But ladies and gentlemen, tell me honestly, when a soul is ready to leave and we use wires and steel to drag it back into the shattered body, who is truly playing God? In the landmark case of Aruna Shanbhag, the Supreme Court of India recognized that right to life under Article 21 also includes right to die with dignity. Forced breathing is not life. A heartbeat maintained by a battery is not existence. In Bhagavad Gita, it is specifically written, इस आत्मा को शस्त्र काट नहीं सकते, आग इसे जला नहीं सकती, जल इसे गीला नहीं कर सकता और वायु इसे सुखा नहीं सकती. And we as a human being are using this eternal spirit into a cage of bone and plastic. Let the soul go. It does not belong to the ventilator. It belongs to the infinity. And last, I don't have much words to say. And I just want to conclude by saying that, ladies and gentlemen, life is a beautiful book. And every beautiful book deserves a beautiful final page. Do not let this final chapter of their life be into the courage of final bones and plastics. Do not let this final chapter be stick to the wall socket and the plastic tube. Let the traveler go. Because the greatest gift of love is not holding on, it is having courage to let go. क्योंकि इंसान खिलौना नहीं इन मशीनों के हाथों का,
Time is over.
क्योंकि इंसान खिलौना नहीं इन मशीनों के हाथों का, जो टूट चुका है अंदर से उसे और मत तोड़िए. Thank you. जय हिंद, जय भारत, सत्यमेव जयते.
Thank you, F8. Now I would like to call upon A8.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
On the count of 3, 2, 1. Who decides when a life is no longer worth living? Is it pain? Is it helplessness? Or is it the society that loses courage to protect life when it becomes difficult? Honorable judges and worthy opponents, today I, A8, firmly stand against the motion that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. At first glance, this motion may seem very convincing, but the claim of this motion is where it all collapses. And the claim is that it is not a threat to the sanctity of life. I will challenge this motion in 4 main points. First point is, when the answer to suffering of life becomes ending life, then life becomes conditional. As Mahatma Gandhi said, the greatness of a nation is truly measured by how it treats the weakest members. The dignity is not found in ending a life prematurely. It is found in standing beside someone, relieving pain, and supporting them until the very end. Human dignity comes from care, compassion, and perseverance, not from abandoning life when it becomes difficult. In many cases, this is my second point. In many cases, patients in vegetative or severely disabled cases cannot express their will. Then the question of their life support comes to the hand of others. My question is, when the patient's voice is silent, is the decision truly theirs? In a world full of family conflicts, financial pressures, and inheritance disputes,
such power can easily be abused. What appears to be compassion on the surface can quietly become convenience or pressure. And the moment death becomes answer or solution to suffering, the most vulnerable lives become the most expendable. My third point is, as learned opponents mentioned, cases. Cases like Harish Rana versus Union of India prove that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity. However, the court did not declare passive euthanasia as a legal right. It merely allowed passive euthanasia in extremely rare situations, extremely rare cases, and that too only after strict medical and judicial scrutiny. The question here arises, ladies and gentlemen, the question is, why would it require permission from doctors, hospitals, and courts to access a simple legal right? The answer is simple. Because it is not like any other right that requires permission, that we can avail without any permission. My fourth and last point is, if passive euthanasia truly protected human dignity, it would be legalized all across the world, and that is far from reality. Today, most nations hesitate because they know the threat it poses to sanctity of life. And only a few countries like Netherlands, Belgium, and Canada allow, but only limited form, and that too after in a strict condition. Let me end with this very simple thought. If our answer to pain is death, then we have not advanced as a civilization. We have simply chosen an easier path instead of the right one. And humanity must never take an easier path when the value of life itself is at stake. And for that reason, I firmly oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, A8. Now I would like to call upon F9. F9 has an issue with connecting.
I'm sorry, there is an issue with the video. Let me get it.
F9, kindly switch on your camera. Now we are proceeding with A9, and
I'm audible.
yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Respected judges, my worth opponent, and everyone present here. Today, I stand firmly against the motion that the passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. Imagine a person laying on a hospital bed, not asking for that, but silently hoping for care, support, and dignity. Today, I stand against the idea that ending such a life act of dignity. Dignity about how we live, not how we die. If death becomes the solution to suffer, then we are not protecting dignity, we are abandoning responsibility. The Constitution of India under Article 21 guarantees the right to life, but this does not automatically include the right to die. In Gyan Kaur versus State of Punjab, the Supreme Court clearly held that the right to life does not include the right to die. In the case of Aruna Sandbach versus Union of India and Common Clause versus Union of India, the another serious concern is the possibility of misuse in a society like ours, where economic pressure, lack of awareness, and family dependency are common. Passive euthanasia can easily be misused. Elderly, disabled, or terminal inpatient may feel pressure or choose that so they cannot be burdened on their families. Decision may not always be truly voluntary. They can be influenced by emotional, social, or financial factors. Today, it is for the terminal illness. Tomorrow, it may be for disability, depression, old age. Where do we draw the line? If we look at the international practice, United Kingdom and United States, and euthanasia remain illegal, reflecting the importance given to preventing life. Most important, Dignity should not be equivalent with death. True dignity lies in how we care individually, especially in their most vulnerable movement. Instead of promoting euthanasia, our focus should be on improving palliative care, providing emotional and psychological support, and ensure that no person feels their life has lost value. Lastly, I will conclude passive euthanasia is not simply a matter of personal choice. It has a deep legal, ethical, and social implication. Recognizing it as a right to die risks undermining the sanctity of life and exposing vulnerable individuals to potential harm and pressure. Therefore, it is not a true expression of dignity, but rather a serious threat to the value we place on a human. Thank you.
A9. I request the judges to note that he was A9 and now F9 will speak.
Sorry about the technical issue. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Yes, good morning to everyone present here. I today firmly stand in the motion that the right to life is the right, sorry, passive euthanasia is a right to life with dignity, right to die with dignity, and not a threat to sanctity of life. First of all, we need to look at the data. According to WHO, World Health Organization, around 56 million people yearly requires palliative care. However, only 14 to 16% of them actually receive such care. Why is that? It is because not everyone can afford such kind of care in the world, and people are left to suffer in the last moment of their life. And when we look at the constitutional foundation of the right passive euthanasia, Supreme Court in the case of Aruna Shanbhag versus Union of India accepted that the right to die with dignity is a part of Article 21 under right to life. And in the case of Common Cause versus Union of India 2018, Supreme Court Supreme Court issued a stringent process in order to give passive euthanasia and in order to enforce the right to die with dignity under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. And recently, in the case of Harish Rana versus Union of India, India witnessed its first case of passive euthanasia, where the person was granted after 13 years, after more than 10 years in living in a vegetative state, he was granted. Finally, his soul was relieved from such suffering and pain. And when we talk about passive euthanasia, we need to adopt a holistic approach. We need to adopt the psychological as well as the ethical approach. Approach in the sense that when a person is laying down in a bed in an hospital, he does not have his bodily autonomy. He does not get to do anything and by himself. He is basically dependent on a third person. He lives by artificial means. There is no natural means for him to survive anymore. But we are keeping him alive through the artificial means. Why is that? Because he is about to die, but we do not want to let him go. Is that the reason enough for us to let him suffer for the rest of his life and to write the last chapter of his life in such suffering? I firmly say no. In fact, I also believe that the the practice of active euthanasia should also be considered in certain cases. First of all, when we talk about passive euthanasia here in India, the process is so stringent. First of all, you need to be terminally ill. Then you need to be in the permanent vegetative state as well. So there are two things. For example, if a person is terminally ill but he's not in a vegetative state, what does he do? He suffers for the rest of his life. Is that the solution we are going to come up with? And lastly, if we talk about the ethical means or the medical practitioners, what a doctor is, a doctor's job is to relieve the pain of a person, relieve the pain of their patient, cure them. And here, if a person is suffering, how can he ethically be happy about it? And I would like to end with the line that if we allow right to life with dignity, we should also allow the right to die with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, F9. Now I would like to call upon F10.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may
Can I
start
start?
now.
Yes.
Yes.
Respected judges, honorable opponents, and my dear friends, let me be very clear from the start. This is not a debate about choosing death. This is a debate about refusing unnecessary suffering. Speaking for the motion, we claim to value life, but what kind of life are we defending? A life trapped in pain, machines, and helplessness? That is not life. That is survival forced without dignity. The Supreme Court in Common Cause versus Union of India made it crystal clear the right to die with dignity is a fundamental right under Article 21. The Article 21 of the Constitution of India does not order a person to suffer endlessly. If dignity is a right, then suffering cannot be compulsory. Now let us destroy the biggest misconception. This is not killing. Passive euthanasia simply removes artificial life support that allows the disease to take its natural course. As defined in principles of biomedical ethics, death is caused by the illness, not the decision. So let us say it clearly, not emotionally. No one is causing death. We are not forcing life to continue artificially. Coming to autonomy, no one else lives in your body. No one else feels your pain. So no one else has the right to decide for you. Modern medicine is built on informed consent, no treatment without permission. The legal principle, living will. Even if treatment can prolong life, it cannot be forced on a patient against their will. So, why does this right suddenly disappear when suffering becomes unbearable? If life choices exist in life, it must exist in death. And if I have the right to decide how I live, how can I be denied the right to decide when treatment should stop? Now let us come to our biggest contradiction. We accept abortion even though fetus cannot give consent. But when a person clearly says, I do not want to continue suffering, we suddenly hesitate. If decisions without consent are accepted in abortion, then decision with full consent must be respected even more. Now let us talk about what really matters, suffering. The WHO clearly states that healthcare must focus on relieving suffering and improving quality of life. But what are we doing instead? We are keeping patients alive in pain and machines with no hope of recovery. This is not care. That is prolonging suffering in the name of treatment. Even medical ethics is clear. Do no harm. When treatment no longer helps, it becomes harm. Continuing, it's not care, it's cruelty. And globally, the world has already understood this. Countries like Germany, Japan allow withdrawal life support under strict safeguards. So the question is not why do they allow it? The question is why are we still forcing suffering? And for those who fear misuse, this is not an easy decision. It requires multiple doctors, medical boards, confirmed irreversible condition, and proper consent. So this is not a shortcut. This is a carefully controlled process. And finally, impact. Even in death, life can continue. In real case, it was reported. After 13 years in coma, Harish Rana became India's first passive euthanasia case. In a final act of love, his family donated his five of his organs, giving others a new life. One person saving multiple lives. So this is not about ending life. It's about ending suffering, respecting choice, and even giving life to others. If dignity is a right, suffering cannot be forced. Passive euthanasia is not end of life. It's the end of unnecessary suffering. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you, F10. Now I would like to call upon A10.
And yeah, am I
A10, your network is not proper. A10, you are not audible and visible properly. Due to some technical glitches, A10 will not be joining. So with that, we come to end of session 1. We will join back after a short break of 5 minutes for session 2. All the participants of session 2 are requested to be kindly prepared. Now we are starting with session 2. I request the judges to note that F12 and A12 are not present. And we are moving further with F13.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Okay.
I would like to
So, good
ask
morning,
judges
respected.
if may proceed.
May I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay. So, good morning,
F13.
honorable. Good morning, honorable judges and my worthy opponents. Let me begin with a very fundamental question, that is life merely about existence or is it about living with dignity? If machines are only the reason to keep someone alive, then you are preserving technology and not life. Let's first look towards religious perspective over this topic, that is passive euthanasia, be it Hindu, be it Christianity, be it Muslims, be it Buddhism. Every religion supports karma, dharma, sanctity, and not sufferings. Practices like Prayopavesha in Hinduism shows that a conscious and dignified exist from life has existed in Indian tradition. If we see the philosophical perspective, utilitarian thinkers like Jeremy Bentham supports minimizing the sufferings, maximum pleasure to the maximum number of peoples. Liberal thinkers like John Stuart Mill emphasizes on individual freedom. Key statistics to show right to die towards what is the views of Indians. Like according to a survey by the Indian Journal of Palliative Care, 71% of Indians believe that the patients have the right to refuse the treatment. A study published in the Journal of Pain and Symptoms Management found that 61% of Indian healthcare providers believe that euthanasia should be legalized. There is a doctrine of double effect in medical ethics that this suggests that if the primary intent is to relieve the pain, then the secondary unintended effect, that is death, is ethically permissible. Moving towards socio-economic realities, families spend lakhs on ICU's care with zero hope of recovery, which leads to catastrophic health expenditure. Emotional trauma by watching a loved one suffer endlessly. We see the case of Harish Rana. His father sold his land for to save the life of his son. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Passive euthanasia is what prevents economic exploitation of sufferings and provides closure and dignity. Countries like Netherlands, Norway, Belgium have recognized dignified death framework. At the end, I just want to conclude that India's legal journey from P. Rathinam to Harish Rana shows one truth, that the Constitution protects not just life but the dignity of life until its very end. Passive euthanasia upholds Article 21, respects autonomy, promotes compassion. It does not weaken the sanctity of life, it gives the meaning to the life. Thank you.
Thank you, F13. Now I would like to call upon A13.
Good morning, respected judges, my fellow participant. In Manusmriti, Islamic tradition, as well as Christian tradition, almost in every spiritual tradition, it is believed that we, as humans, fulfill our duties, fulfill our right to perform our duties, focus on our karma, and tolerate pain rather than giving up on our life. So, honorable judges, my fellow participant, I firmly stand against the motion that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to sanctity of life. At first glance, it may appear that it is humane and even compassionate, but when we examine it through constitutional provisions and lens of constitutional law, the legal principles and the social realities, it becomes clear that granting such right is not only legally questionable but also deeply dangerous. If we talk about the family aspect, the families may often suffer because of this right, that granting passive euthanasia to a patient. What if a patient wants to live but is in a vegetative state and cannot communicate? What if the patient really loves to enjoy the life before the accident or before going into the vegetative state but cannot communicate right now? wouldn't that violate his fundamental right under Article 21 to live? Whereas the granting of right as passive euthanasia, Article 21 itself contradicts with it. The Article 21 talks about right to life and personal liberty, but in Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India, it was also said that one should live his or her life with dignity. How does one translate that living with dignity automatically translate into right to end their life? It does not. If we talk about the Arra Shawa case and the common cause case, the Supreme Court uh, gave allowed passive euthanasia in the case of very limited, strict circumstances, and not to provide passive euthanasia as a right. Rather, it was to end their sufferings, and passive euthanasia cannot be practiced as a right throughout the country. The passive euthanasia is followed under various guidelines as provided by Supreme Court in the very said case. So, if I had to conclude by saying some legal provisions like 306 of IPC, which talks about abatement of commit to suicide, which is basically assistance in committing any suicide, committing any suffering, or ending, basically encouraging someone to commit a suicide. It is also wrong. So how does passive euthanasia becomes legal and asking for a right that one cannot assist someone to commit a suicide, but one can grant or give passive euthanasia to a patient if someone is suffering. So both the things are contradictory. And lastly, if I had to end my statement, a society is judged not by how it allows people to die, but how strongly it stands to protect their life, even in the most fragile context. Thank you.
Thank you, A13. Now I would like to call upon F14.
Ma'am, am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Greetings to the respected judges and one and all present here. I, F14, firmly stand today in support of the motion that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. The basis of a free society is the right to bodily self-determination. If a person has the right to consent to treatment, they must also have the right to refuse it. Modern medicine sometimes can also be a cage. When we use machines or medicines to force a heart to beat against a terminal illness, we are merely prolonging a death. Allowing a patient to choose a natural end is the highest form of respect that we can show towards them. Coming to the sanctity of life. The sanctity of life should not mean the sanctity of suffering. So, forcing a patient to tolerate extreme pain in the name of a medical treatment constitutes a grave injustice to the individual. It is necessary to understand that passive euthanasia is an admission of human limitation and not an act of destruction. Individuals should have the right to define what a dignified life means to them and to refuse the treatment that only serves to prolong suffering. While it sounds emotionless to speak of finances, but we must also consider the reality of non beneficial care. With limited medical resources, maintaining care for terminally ill patients who have no chance of recovery can deprive patients with higher chances of survival. Also, the family members frequently experience severe emotional distress by often witnessing their loved ones becoming a shell of their former selves while simultaneously facing life shattering death. Futile care at the end of life is extraordinarily expensive. The practice of passive euthanasia allows for a more peaceful goodbye and aligns with the ethical principle of avoiding harm. Now, a common fear that this will lead to duty to die pressures or elder abuse is central to the legal debate on the subject. However, to prevent coercion or duty to die pressures, it is imperative that the request is voluntary and informed.
A compulsory time gap between the initial request and the final act allows for reconsideration. Also, the living wills and advanced directives allow individuals to express their wishes regarding end of life care. In the cases of passive euthanasia, a medical board comprising of specialists must confirm that the condition is irreversible. Ultimately, the legal goal is to create a transparent system that respects individual self determination. In closing, I would like to say that being alive physically is not the same as truly living. Life is like a story, and when the final chapter of that story is one of inevitable pain, the most sacred thing is to allow that person to depart with grace. Passive euthanasia is not a rejection of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, F14. Now I would like to call upon A14. A14, kindly switch on your camera.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Hello, am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are
Hello,
audible
am I
and
audible and visible?
yes, you are.
Okay.
You
Good
may
morning
start.
to the judges and everyone present here. I, A14, firmly stand against the motion. Human life is sacred. The heartless and heinous destruction of human life in the name of euthanasia is a great threat to the sanctity of a human life. It is only God who has the right to take someone's life, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. Killing a person at the last stage of their death to avoid misery, it does not avoid misery, rather, it inflicts the misery of death on that person. If euthanasia was meant to avoid suffering, it does not worth to kill a person to alleviate his pain or suffering. Euthanasia cheapens the value of a precious human life. Medical professionals are bound by a framework of principle like preserving life, relieving suffering, and maintaining trust. Passive euthanasia blurs the line between natural death and the indirect death. It does not cause the direct death, but withdrawing treatment with the knowledge that it is going to lead to the death shows a doctor from being a protector of life to being the one who becomes a participant in the decision to end a life. The role of a doctor is fundamentally of a healer and a caregiver. When a treatment is withdrawn, intentionally, it can blur the line between natural death and indirect death. With advances in medicine, most pain can be effectively managed through proper care. This allows patients to live their remaining life with dignity and support. Dignity does not come from death. Dignity comes from care. Dignity is saying that your life matters no matter what your condition is. Dignity is stepping with, not stepping away. Choosing death over dignity shows the failure of adequate care and it does not reflect the achievement of dignity. When passive euthanasia is legalized, it creates a system where the death is legally permissible under certain conditions, but it can be exploited into many ways. For example, safeguards on paper don't always reflect in reality. Uh, consent can be misused and manipulated, especially if the patient is weak or unconscious. Patients may be pressured by their family members due to financial and emotional burden. In many cases, patient decision may be driven by cost cutting rather than compassion. For example, let's take an example of a cancer patient. A cancer patient is in a very vegetative state, or he's under the depression. Now, at that state, that person might say, "Let me die." But with proper care and proper attention and proper counseling, that person may gain the motivation to start their life all over again. Also, many patients are unconscious and not fully aware. A ventilated patient cannot speak. The family decides to remove support. The patient never actually expressed that wish. Inadequate safeguard and monitoring. Even with legal framework, misuse can occur due to weak verification of informal consent, lack of independent review boards in all cases, poor documentation in rural and overburdened hospitals. Now, if
A14,
we allow passive euthanasia and legalize passive euthanasia, with with time we can also legalize the active euthanasia. That led to which means that we can let someone die with just an injection. This clearly opens the door that to cause someone death only because of minor inconvenience. Um, Now, for the closing line, passive euthanasia may appear compassionate, but it risks the undermining value of life, opens door to misuse, and places vulnerable individuals in danger. Therefore, it should not be considered a right, but rather a serious ethical concern that threatens the sanctity of a life. Thank you.
Thank you, A14. Now I would like to call upon F15.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay. Greetings, panel. The best interest of any patient is the only interest to be considered. These are not my words. These are the words of the Honorable Supreme Court, which it stated just last month in the Harish Rana case. Well, panel, I want you to hold on to these words, the best interest of the patient, because my entire speech today revolves around these words, this particular phrase. Harish Rana, a 20-year student who fell from the fourth floor of his accommodation. What happened after that? 13 years. For 13 years, he lay in bed. No voice, no awareness, no response, nothing. His mother turned his position every 2 hours, every single day. His father, aging, his parents, rather aging, went to the court with just one question: who will take care of our son when we are no more? Well, for any layperson, this scenario might seem that the court gave euthanasia to a person, passive euthanasia to a person, and chose death. But if you were to go into the analysis, into the reasoning, into the judgment that the court chose, it is not merely that the court chose death for the person. It chose death with dignity. Because sometimes protecting life is not about stretching somebody's life endlessly without any hope. But it is about understanding that when life has lost the very essence that makes it human. And panel, this is where passive euthanasia stands. Passive euthanasia is the right to die with dignity. It is not a threat to the sanctity of life. It is rather protecting the sanctity of life. It is not ending an individual's life, but rather it is ending the suffering, the artificial prolonging that we are giving to a human. Well, panel, the very distinction lies between what active and passive euthanasia is. Well, the very argument that my opponents would put forth is that euthanasia is killing somebody. Well, if passive euthanasia were to actually kill somebody, I would stand against the motion that yes, passive euthanasia is a threat to the sanctity of life. But passive euthanasia is merely the removal of artificial intervention that is given to an individual. It is not the deliberate act of killing somebody. It is not the causing of death of somebody. It is the removal of artificial intervention that will no longer prolong life and bring a natural death to the life of an individual. Panel, further, the very thing that my opponents further also say is that this hinders giving passive euthanasia to a person, hinders the moral incentive with which R&D, with which science and technology, with which doctors would take into the cure or development of any medicine or any treatment. But panel, the question that I pose today is that whether the life of an individual should be merely extended on the basis that someday some treatment would come. Would a slight ray of hope, I agree that the recovery would come, the science and technology is sufficient enough, but would that recovery should extend the life of an individual based on the current condition? Panel, autonomy is identified under Article 21. However, panel, Article 21 also provides to living with dignity. Panel, if an individual is not able to move their limbs, is not able to think consciously, do things consciously, make decisions for themselves, panel, is in this circumstances autonomy also given to the individual? Panel, although Bollywood in nature, the dialogue says that zindagi badi honi chahiye, lambi nahi. But let's take the philosophical meaning behind it. Because sanctity of life is affected when the
F15, time is
person,
over.
if I may take 15 seconds, panel.
It's upon the discretion of judges.
I'll just conclude it with a line.
Yes,
Panel, therefore, sanctity of life is not threatened when passive euthanasia is administered to a person because it is removing something that is artificial in nature and thereby ending the life of an individual naturally. Thank you.
Thank you, F15. Now I would like to call upon A15.
Hi, I hope I'm visible and audible.
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may start now.
Yes. If dignity lies in ending life, then who decides when a life loses its worth? Greetings to the panel. I'm from Team Code A15, and the topic for today's debate is whether passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to sanctity of life. I rise to firmly oppose to the motion because what is presented as a compassionate choice risks in becoming a dangerous precedent, especially the one that quietly shifts our values from preserving life to permitting its end. We often hear that passive euthanasia gives the person a dignified death. But I ask, does dignity really come with ending life or from how we choose to take care of it even in the most fragile moment? Because the moment we start associating dignity with death, we quietly begin to believe that some lives are no longer worth living. Our constitution does not see life that way. Under Article 21, life is sacred and it is unconditional. In the case of Jian Kaur versus the state of Punjab, the Supreme Court made it clear that right to life does not include right to die. And there's a reason for that. Because once we allow death to become a right, we risk turning life into a choice and worse, into a burden. Now I understand the argument on autonomy, my body, my choice. But are they even being consulted? Because when someone acts on someone else's behalf unknowingly, they curb them from their very own right of bodily autonomy. Are the ones who are actually in the permanent vegetative state actually consulted if they want to go ahead with the treatment or not? And how do others get to decide if they get to live or not? And if the problem, as mentioned by the learned opponent, is based on financial irregularities, then it is the duty of the state as prescribed under the constitution to support them. In the case of Aruna Shanbag versus the Union of India, this court was cautious. It allowed passive euthanasia, yes, but at the same time, it wrapped it around around strict safeguards. Why? Because the risk of misuse was real. Let's take the instance of the Harish Rana case, where those regulations were eased up to a certain extent because earlier, rather than going to a series of judicial authorities, now only two independent medical boards approval helps you in getting passive euthanasia. This shows the ease in regulation and the fear that in the future getting euthanasia would be more easier. Then there is the role of doctors. A doctor's duty is to heal, to try, to hope, and even help when the hope feels distant. If we normalize passive euthanasia, we subtly shift that role from saving a life to deciding when the life should end. And in doing so, we may also curb the very spirit of medical innovation to drive to find one more treatment, to find one more solution, and to find one more chance. Lastly, but most importantly, let us talk about dignity. Because dignity is not found in death, but it is found in taking care, in holding someone's hands when they are in pain, in ensuring that they are not alone, and in telling them that your life still matters. So, if we start measuring dignity by the absence of suffering, we risk telling millions of people, those who are dependent, disabled, that their lives are somehow less valuable, and that and this message should not go to the society. So today, I urge you, let us not choose the easier path of ending life. Let us choose the harder, more compassionate path of supporting it. Because dignity is not in dying, dignity is in how we choose to stand by life till the very end. Yes, thank you. And with that, I conclude.
Thank you, A15. Now I would like to call upon F16.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
This debate is not about choosing death. It is about choosing dignity when life has already been reduced to mere existence. Respected judges, my learned opponents, today I, F16, firmly stand in favor of motion. I want you all to imagine your life, your dreams, your goals just disappears in a second. And you are still alive and breathing, but you are no longer there. Now think, is breathing just about breathing lungs Or is it about being conscious and truly existing with dignity? Passive euthanasia simply means allowing nature to take its course by stopping or withdrawing artificial life support treatment. Now, this leads me to my first argument. If the law which exists to protect life allows it, then who are we really questioning? Humanity or law itself? Over 80 countries have legalized it, including India. In India, Supreme Court legalized it after Aruna Chandba's case, observing the condition of nurse and recognized that in certain extreme conditions, continuing life support may violate human dignity. Later in common court case, it was affirmed that right to die with dignity is part of fundamental right to life under Article 21 and also recognized living wills. All these cases together shape the legal position on passive euthanasia. In the recent case of Harish Rana, Supreme Court allowed passive euthanasia for the first time in India with strict safeguards to prevent misuse. Now this leads me to my second argument. My opponent may argue, what if misuse happens? Misuse is not a reason to deny justice. Misuse is risk in every law, yet we do not abolish them. We regulate them better. And that is exactly why strict safeguards exist. If misuse were the standards, no law would have survived. The fault lies within individuals, not in the law. Unfortunately, in our society, it is easier to blame law than to take responsibility for itself. My opponent may argue, what if recovery happens? But the law does not operate on what if. It ensures justice based on today's reality over hypothetical tomorrow. My final argument is sanctity of life. Sanctity of life was never meant to preserve biological existence at any cost. The concept emerged when medical had clear limits. Life and death followed their natural course. But today reality has changed. With the modern medical advancements, we have power to extend life artificially even when recovery is impossible. Beyond all these points, the issue reveals that passive euthanasia does not destroy the sanctity of life. It redefines it with dignity. Now I ask again, A, do you still believe that life is only about breathing lungs, or dignity also matters when a person is beyond recovery? B, when doctors confirm that there are no chance of recovery, what is the purpose of continuing treatment other than prolonging suffering? I rest my case.
Thank you, F16. Now I would like to call upon A16.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Right to die with dignity is as important as right to live with dignity. But where is dignity in dying in a manner that you did not deserve? Good afternoon, respected judges and all the participants. I, participant number 16, is here today speaking on topic passive euthanasia, a right or a threat to sanctity of life, and I stand firmly against the motion. I shall present three simple arguments to back my stance. My first argument is also a question from the ones who are supporting the notion today. When you say dying with dignity, what do you mean by dignity? Who defines dignity? How do you measure it? From hearing the supporters' argument, I can infer one thing, that a person who is in a vegetative condition is not giving contribution to society and is a burden on the family and the government. So it's better to let them die and call it a right. But who are we to decide that a person in a vegetative condition is not living in a dignified manner and that death is the only and the best option left to them? Since when did we normalize not taking care of our loved ones? Since when did we normalize not asking the government for better and cheaper healthcare facilities? Right to life is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Which brings me to my second argument, the significance of right to life. The right to life is the most basic fundamental right, and in the words of Pope Francis, the first among human rights. So when you take away right to life, you take away the right to existence. And who are we to decide whose life has so little worth that they should be given death instead of their absolute existence? Are we choosing right to die above right to life? Now, only in the absence of right to life, an absurd invention like right to die can happen. That too sprinkled with the term dignity. Now, for my third argument, I want you to imagine you are in your 60s, you are frail, weak, and you require support from others for your day to day tasks. You worked hard your whole life, built huge assets, earned lots of money. And now all you need is love, care, support, and most importantly, hope. Hope to live. Now Supreme Court passes a verdict legalizing passive euthanasia. And shortly after this verdict, your son comes to you, coerces you into signing a will that you will accept passive euthanasia if you were to end up in a vegetative condition. And shortly after this will, you mysteriously fall down from third floor of your building and end up in a coma. And now, as your dying wish, you are granted passive euthanasia. Sounds scary? Don't worry, it's just hypothetical. But soon it can and it will become ugly reality for many people. Once again, the vulnerable section suffers at the loopholes of the law. And I agree. Every law has loopholes and can be misused. But when it comes to life and death, no loophole should be allowed. The panel deciding on the life and death comprises of humans, humans who can make error, humans who can be misled, misguided, and manipulated. And when that happens, who pays the price? To conclude my argument, I would like to say that when death becomes the right, murder becomes the norm. And it's not long until right to die becomes right to kill. Kill without consequences. Kill while you applaud the perpetrator. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, A16. Now I would like to call upon F17.
Am I visible and audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay. The right to life is not merely right to exist, but right to live with human dignity. Said by P.N. Bhagwati. A very warm good morning to respected judges. I standing before you in the favor of the motion. Passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. The issue before us is not merely whether life is valuable. Undoubtedly, it is. Whether the law must balance biological preservation against the individual dignity and personal autonomy. The constitution foundation of this debate lies in Article 21 of the Constitution of India, which guarantees the right to life and personal liberty. The Supreme Court constantly interpreted provision in this to mean mere not survival but right to dignity. In Giancor case, the Supreme Court clearly clarified that while right to life is not a fundamental right, but right to die with human dignity is protected under Article 21. The principle was further developed in Aruna Shaver case, in which for the very first time in 2011, the Supreme Court permitted passive euthanasia under strict judicial supervision. Through this case, the Supreme Court distinguished between passive euthanasia and active euthanasia. The Constitution Foundation position was conclusively settled in a common cause case in which the court held that the right to die is a real part of Article 21, thereby legalizing the passive euthanasia and recognizing the validity of advanced directives or legal wills. Thus, the withdrawal of artificial life support in case of permanent condition is not a negotiation of life, but a recognition of dignity. The passive euthanasia is not a criminal intent to kill. From a statutory perspective, the passive euthanasia is different from culpable homicide, which is given under IPC, which is because it involves omitting of extraordinary medical support rather than committing a positive act. Most recently, in Harish Rana case 2026, the Supreme Court operationalized these principles by allowing withdrawal of life support for a patient who had been in a vegetative state for 13 years. This case demonstrates that passive euthanasia is no longer merely a theoretical right, but a practical, enforceable constitutional safeguard. In conclusion, The legal position as developed through a consistent line of judicial decision from 1996 to 2026 and Indian Constitution jurisprudence affirms that dignity is inseparable from life. Thus, allowing passive euthanasia does not weaken the sanctity of life. It is strengthened by ensuring that life retains its essential human dignity, that is the essential human value, that is dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, F17. Now I would like to call upon A17.
Respected judges, right to die with dignity is a dangerous facet that directly undermines the inviolable sanctity of a human life. It's just like the opening the door to a slippery slope of devaluing the vulnerable. With this quote, a very warm good morning to everyone. I'm hearing against the motion that title with passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of a life. Let me hammer this home with a cold hard truth from our own laws. Firstly, Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, section 100 and 101, our own criminal laws, has zero support for passive euthanasia. Culpable homicide and murder, treating an intentional hazarding of death is directly illegal. There is no such exception except rare case like self-defense. And section 108 crushes abatement of suicide. It's clearly proving that lawmaker drew a hard line that life came first always. And now, if we talk about Article 21 of Indian Constitution, it allows sometimes passive euthanasia, but that's judges bending parliament's rules only because proving the law itself favor life the sanctity over the fancy dignity talk. Our own president scream caution that passive euthanasia isn't some normalized right. Because first in 2011, Aruna Shanbag case, court allowed it but denied it there. Then in 2018, comment clauses clarified rule that and if we talk about the recent case, the Harish Rana case, it's the first time that first actual approval given to the passive euthanasia. And if it is truly normal, why only three cases in past 15 or 16 years? It's a big question on a so on. It's a massive red flag on our judiciary. In our medical term, passive euthanasia serve when the recovery is impossible, right? And if we observe all path of euthanasia cases approved so far involve non-transmittable condition like brain injuries leading to the vegetative state. Like we all seen a case like Aruna Shanbag case as well as Harish Rana case. If this were only so normalized, why wasn't it served in situation like COVID-19 where 5.3 lakh deaths happen in just 3 years? Why no euthanasia pushed there? Public health risk was too high. Courts protect sanctity when society faces threat. Allowing it only selectively in non-contagious cases, it a rare exception, not a rule. Because even our thought of law back the sanctity of a life under the act of God, divine creation, doctrine, uh, or natural destruction of a life is beyond human interference. We can't play with the God by hazarding death through a passive euthanasia. This principle demand we accept suffering or fate as a part of a life care design, not override it with a man-made dignity. It's clearly put a shortcut that question divine will. Court may allow rare exception, but thought of law core reminder it's clear that human hand should be off from the God domain because life and belong to the superpower, not to us, not to human. Let us reject the slippery slope. True compassion heals and sustain life, never end with the prematurely. Oppose the motion, uphold the scared value of every breath of a human life. Thank you.
Thank you, A17. Now I would like to call upon F18.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Good morning, respected judges. I would like you to imagine a life reduced just to mere existence. A body sustained by machines, devoid of consciousness, dignity, or hope. This is a cruel reality that passive euthanasia seeks to end. Today, I assert that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. Because it does not hasten death, it just honors the sanctity of a dignified exit. Article 21's right to life is hollow without the right to die with dignity. I want you to imagine the most extreme of situations. Imagine a pregnant woman just being held as an incubator for her child and being kept alive by machines because she should. Imagine someone having a horrible accident and remaining in a vegetative state for years, draining families' money, resources, and being a burden to everyone around them. Passive euthanasia empowers autonomy, allowing withdrawal of life support for those in permanent vegetative states, freeing the soul from its mechanical prison. In Aruna Schonberg versus Union of India, she remained unresponsive for decades, and this urged the Supreme Court to pioneer strict guidelines affirming that prolonged vegetation erodes dignity when burdening families. No court and no ventilator can dictate when life must be a torment. What matters most is the patient and what the patient wishes. Passive euthanasia ensures one's voice echoes beyond their coma or their incapacitated state, because this preserves self determination against the prolongation of life imposed by the state. Now, the Common Cause versus Union of India case asserts that the right to die with dignity is a fundamental facet of Article 21's right to life and liberty, rejecting life's sanctity as blind prolongation. The sanctity of life does not demand torture, as the court legalized passive euthanasia with safeguards, proving compassion does not need to clash with the law. Now, let's come to the most recent case, the Harish Rana case that happened this year. This was India's first court sanctioned passive euthanasia case, and the Supreme Court freed a man who was in a vegetative state for years, as this was in his best interest. And it was done post birth certification. And most importantly, it spotlighted care and dignity above all else. This does not mean that death succeeded, it's just that he deserved the right to die with dignity. In conclusion, passive euthanasia, fortified by these judgments, embodies compassionate constitutionalism. We need to embrace it to honor dignity and understand that along with the right to life, the right to death is also present. Thank you.
Thank you, F18. Now I would like to call upon A18.
Good morning. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Honorable judges and worthy opponents, good morning. The motion asks us to believe that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity. But I submit, dignity is not the freedom to die. It is the protection of the right to live, even when you're at the weakest. The other side had painted a beautiful picture. A patient surrounded by family, making a calm and dignified choice to let go. No more tubes, no more machines, just peace. I wish I lived in that world. But I live in India. And in India, the real India, the India of overcrowded public hospitals, of families selling their land for one ICU bed, of daughter in laws whispering about costing too much, in that India, passive euthanasia is not a right to dignity. It is a quiet and morally sanctioned way to tell the poor, you have lived long enough. My opponents quoted Common Cause, that they will tell you that the Constitution bench recognized the right to die with dignity. But they will not tell you what the case of Jion Kaur had said. A five-judge bench held, and I quote, the right to life under Article 21 does not include the right to die. So whose constitution are we reading? The one that protects every breath? Or the one that decides which breaths are worth paying for? Let me take you to a hospital ward. A farmer, let's call him Ram, has terminal cancer. He's conscious. He knows his children. He smiles when they hold his hand. But the bill is mounting. The family is crumbling. The doctor pulls his son aside and says, he signed an advance directive last year. We can withdraw support. It's legal now. Was that signature voluntary? Or was it given 6 months ago, in a moment of despair, when Ram saw his son crying over a loan? The other side worships autonomy, but autonomy without the freedom from economic fear is a lie. If you take the case of Aruna Schonberg, the Supreme Court itself required the High Court's approval for passive euthanasia. Why? Because the court knew, in the wrong hands, withdrawal of treatment is not mercy, it is abandonment in a white coat. And what did the Common Cause case do? It removed the judicial oversight. It replaced the judge with a medical board and a magistrate stamp. We have now opened the door, and now we are surprised that the wind is cold. My opponent can tell you that the sanctity of life means forcing a person to live in pain. That is not sanctity. That is a straw man. True sanctity, the kind our constitution was built on, says every human life, no matter how broken, no matter how expensive to maintain, has infinite worth. Not because of what they can do, not because of what they can cost, but because they just are. In a UK case named Airedale versus Bland, a 1993 case, the House of Lords allowed withdrawal of treatment, but only for a patient in a permanent vegetative state, with no consciousness, no awareness, and no possibility of a single human movement. India's common cause case goes further. It allows passive euthanasia for any terminally ill patient, even those who can laugh, still love, still recognize a grandchild's. Is that dignity? To look at a person who still finds joy in the setting sun and say, your life is no longer worth our resources? This is not dignity. This is triage by another name. I do not oppose the right to refuse treatment. That is already law. I oppose turning the right into a system of institutionalized neglect where doctors become gatekeepers of who is keeping alive. Dignity is not the giving people an easy way out.
18, your time is over.
May I just receive an additional 10 seconds to finish my argument?
It's upon judge's discretion.
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you, sir. Dignity is building a world where no one wants to take it. For that reason, and for every life that will otherwise be silently and compassionately extinguished, I oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, A18. Now I would like to call upon F19.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Greetings to the dignitaries. Imagine a person in a hospital who is unconscious in a vegetative state and in a irreversible pain, kept alive with the help of machines. Who is truly in a dignity manner here, a machine or that patient? Passive euthanasia is not ending the life, it is refusing the prolonged suffering with the sanctity. What is sanctity? Sanctity is quality and meaning of life, ending the prolonged pain. Sanctity is quality, not the length of the life. A life with the help of machine is not sanctity. It is cruelty dressed in good intentions. Passive euthanasia has strict mandates of legal, family oversight, and medical oversight. It is not the one person who decides alone. It is the free will of all. Supreme Court in 2018, in the case Common Cause versus Union of India, made passive euthanasia a fundamental right under Article 21 and validated living will, written while the person was healthy, of sound mind, and was in zero pressure, completely free choice. A living will is a democracy over your own body. When talking about will and death, we have to talk about when talking about living will, we have to talk about death. Death, which is considered taboo in India. Indians do not talk about death. Due to the silence the patient suffers, the family breaks down, both physically, mentally, and financially. Doctors are confused. How to fix it? Normalize the advanced directives, making living will accessible to every ordinary Indian. Stop treating death as a taboo. Start treating it as a final chapter of dignified life. Ordinary death is not enemy. Undignified, unwanted, and prolonged suffering is. In the case of Arna Shanbag, for 42 years, she was in a vegetative state, existed, didn't live, just because of machines and the medical stuff. In 2011, the Supreme Court said that body is alive is not equals to is not equal respecting the life. When talking about passive euthanasia, we have to take an example of Oregon, USA. The patient, they have the access of passive euthanasia, but never used it. Just having a choice reduce their suffering too. So, sanctity is having the option of ending the life with dignity. Passive euthanasia is not threat to sanctity of life. It is the highest expression. Thank you.
Thank you, F19. Now I would like to call upon A19. A19, you're not audible. You're not audible. No, you are not audible, A19.
Sana, your mic is also off.
If judges permit, we can proceed with F20.
Yes, you should proceed further.
Now I would like to call upon F20.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay. Okay. Life is not merely to be alive, but to be lived well. But what happens when being alive does not signify being well? What happens when every breath is drawn not as a gift, but as a sentence, when the body turns a prison and the medications turn as the acid's warden? Today, I rise to assert unequivocally in support of the motion that passive euthanasia is not a threat to the sanctity of a life of the life, but its highest form of expression, right to die with dignity. Let us first be precise about what we defend. Passive euthanasia is not withdrawal of the artificial life sustaining treatment from a patient in a persistent vegetative state or terminal condition where medication serves no curative purpose but to prolong the sufferings. The question before us is here whether is not whether the life is sacred, because it is. The question before us is whose definition of sanctity of life shall prevail, the states or the individuals? Article 21 of the Constitution of India declares that no one shall be deprived of life and personal liberty except according to the procedures established by law. The Supreme Court has never read Article 21 as mere guarantee of biological existence. The Supreme Court, in the case of Francis Collari Mullen versus Union of India, held that right to life also encompasses the right to live with basic human dignity. If dignity is the axis around which Article 21 revolves, then a life reduced to tubes, machines, medications, and irreversible unconsciousness sustained against one's own will isn't a dignified life. In fact, it is a life it is a constitutional violation of the right of the patient with the mask of compassion. In the case of Aruna Shanbag versus Union of India, the Supreme Court has, for the first time, legalized passive euthanasia in India. And later, in the case of Common Cause versus Union of India, the right to die has been given has been given the position as a fundamental right. Now, the Harish Rana case is a living proof that the common cause was not merely declaratory, but it is operational. Not only judicial precedents, but the Hindu theories of Parya Savopaya The gender's concept of Salikhana and the pastoral theory of Christian also recognizes that
F20, your time is
forcing
over.
upon. Can I borrow just one extra minute so that I can wind it up?
It's upon this
One
discussion.
minute cannot be granted. How you can take just 10 seconds?
Okay, sir. So, lastly, the pastoral theory of Christianism also, all of these forms also recognizes that forcing upon the dying is cruelty. At last, I want to conclude my speech saying that passive euthanasia is not denying of dying. It does not diminishes the life, it completes it. Thank you.
Thank you, F20. Now I would like to call upon A20.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may start now.
A warm greetings to one and all present over here, honorable dignitaries, respected organizing committee, and my fellow debaters. The measure of society is not determined by how it ends life, but how it protects the most vulnerable. In the most recent case of Harish Rana versus Union of India, Harish Rana's parents had approached the Supreme Court seeking the primary clarity. It was asked whether the clinically assisted nutrition and the hydration should be treated as a medical treatment rather than a basic care. This distinction may appear technical, but it carries profound implication as the paradox that emerges in between the refusal of treatment as a negative non-interference and the immoral omission of duty. But the right to die is being seen as a positive entitlement. I strongly stand this opposing against the motion. These are not same. The false equivalence allows passive euthanasia to be framed as a fundamental right when it's merely an exception, is both logically flawed and legally vacuum. The reasoning that was considered in the constitutional bench of Jian Kaur versus State of Punjab, where the right to die was rejected as a whole, the constitutional ambiguity that arises because of the parallel interpretation of the word dignity, which is neither mentioned nor being defined anywhere, but the right to dignified life that is being upheld under the Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. This circular reasoning to the presumption of suffering of a life is undignified, and death will ensure the dignity because life without it is unacceptable. So, the death is allowed is both practically and theoretically unethical. The equivocation fallacy that correlates the dignity, a abstract concept, is an instinct worth of life and some as a some commodity, and the absence of this dignity must be treated as a freedom from suffering, even though death, which is not only undermines the life but also weakens its sanctity. Many of my fellow debaters earlier had argued about the compassion over the reasoning, heavily relying upon the terms of pain, suffering, emotional distress, and justified that life that has no quality, ending it would be human rather than preserving it. This is a classical epitome of necropolitics, where the moral deficiency corrodes the bedrock of right to life. One of the most neglected part of this discussion is that in India, the autonomy or the right to autonomy is deeply inadequate. The false autonomy and the illusion of the free will that exist among the people, especially from the marginalized classes, where they lack to healthcare and the inaccessibility to treatment often allows consent is to be given by because of economical and financial pressure, which creates the illusion of rational choice rather than marking the structural fragmentation and moral necessity. By this, I would like to conclude my argument that passive euthanasia in India is not a triumph of dignity. Rather, it is a product of a flawed reasoning that gradually normalizes by masking the
A20, your
erosion
time
of
is
life.
over.
Masking the erosion of life and overriding policy solely based on emotional appeal, bypassing legal safeguards and structural realities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, A20. Judges, we have A19 again with us. With your discretion, she can start.
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes. Greetings to the dais. This is A19. I stand firmly to oppose the motion. First, let's just burst the natural death fallacy, which passive euthanasia especially focuses on. The doctors intervene, tubes are inserted, machines are connected, life is artificial sustained, and then we conveniently, with the same hands that fix the tubes, remove them. A human hand initiates the end of life. A human remove the tube, oxygen mask, and let the patient suffocate to die. Therefore, natural word here is completely misleading. Not talking about mercy killing. It itself is an oxymoron. Mercy killing, two words that fundamentally contradict each other. Mercy is the act of compassion that preserves life. Killing it at its core destruction. One cannot mercy someone to death. Dignified death is not killing. It is the right to die, an extension of the right to life under Article 21. As the motion implied, then, when that, why does the state criminalize suicide? Why do we have suicide prevention helplines? Either the right to die belongs to all or it belongs to none. Consent is a myth in the sickbed. The consent truly free when a patient is drowning in pain, fear, and medication. A guilt-ridden patient, afraid of burdening their family, afraid of the cost of care, may consent not out of dignity but out of despair, and the chilling effect on other patients. When one patient opts for euthanasia, they unknowingly send a message to every other patient suffering from the same condition that your life is not worth living. Let's suppose a stage 1 cancer patient or any severe medical patient watching their ward mate choose euthanasia may begin to believe that their own suffering is also just hopeless. Passive euthanasia not just ends one life, it casts a shadow over every patient who shares that same diagnosis. From the very Indian context, the ground reality of misuse in a country marked by socio-economic inequality, poor healthcare access, and power imbalances between doctors and patients, passive euthanasia is a policy ripe for abuse. They just wait that hospital beds when hospital beds are getting freed. The Bharati Nyaya Samhita under Section 100, 101, and 108 prosecutes such act as culpable homicide, murder, and abetment of suicide for precisely this reason only. Now, the worst impact in medical world that passive euthanasia make is that it kills the search for cures. If society normalizes euthanasia for the terminally ill, what incentive remains to fund research for their conditions? Let them just simply die with passive euthanasia. And also, the state's duty cannot be delegated to death. The state has affirmed constitutional obligation under Article 21 to provide adequate health care till the end of life. Instead of improving palliative care, investing in pain management, and building a good medical infrastructure, the state takes the easy road and allows death to be the healthcare solution. This is not dignity. The motion asks us to believe that killing a vulnerable one is an act of dignity. I ask, if we truly believe in dignity, would we not fight harder to make life worth living until its natural end? True dignity lies in compassionate care and in human presence, not in a switched off machine and a signed paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, A19. Now I would like to call upon F21.
As Swami Vivekananda profoundly observed, life is a lamp that is constantly burning out. To live truly, one must die every moment. This philosophical insight is not a glorification of death, but a recognition of the transience and dignity inherent in life itself. It sets the stage for understanding that life is not merely about survival, but about meaningful existence. Respected chair, learned judges, and my fellow debaters, today I rise to support the motion unequivocally. In the contemporary era, advancements in the medical science and life support technologies, particularly in respiratory and critical care, have created a paradox. While the medicine aims to preserve life, it often ends up mechanically prolonging the dying process, reducing the existence to a state of biological persistent devoid of dignity. Patients in persistent vegetative states are frequently subjected to invasive interventions that neither restore consciousness nor alleviate suffering, but merely extend agony both for the patient and their loved ones. At this juncture, the invocation of Article 21 of the Constitution of India, which guarantees not just mere animal existence, but a life of dignity, meaning, and autonomy. The jurisprudence around Article 21 has consistently expanded its ambit to include the quality of life. It is therefore submitted that the right to die with dignity is not antithetical, but intrinsic to right to live with dignity. When life degenerates into irreversible suffering with no hope of recovery, continuation of such existence becomes an affront to dignity itself. Moreover, ethical and cultural traditions in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism underscores the concept of a good death, the one that respects the natural closure of life without unnecessary interference. These philosophies advocate acceptance of death with dignity rather than artificial prolongation of suffering. Thus, passive euthanasia aligns not only with constitutional morality but also with civilizational ethos. From a medical jurisprudence perspective, while the Hippocratic Oath obligates physicians to preserve life, it also implicitly mandates them to alleviate suffering. When all therapeutic options are exhausted, continuing futile treatment violates the principle of beneficence and non-maleficence. A doctor in circumstances has a moral and professional obligation to withdraw extraordinary life-sustaining measures. Critics argue, as reflected in the medical termination of medical treatment of terminally ill patients, Bill 2006, the euthanasia may be misused, that suffering is subjective, or that medical science may evolve. However, these concerns, though valid, do not negate the principle that merely necessitate robust procedural safeguards. The law is well equipped to incorporate judicial oversight, medical boards, and informed consent mechanisms to prevent abuse. Furthermore, under international law, International Convention on Civil and Political Rights guarantees the right to life, but does not mandate compulsory prolongation of suffering. Similarly, the European Court of Human Rights has clarified that while the right to life does not explicitly include a right to die, it does not prohibit states from legalizing passive euthanasia, provided adequate safeguards are in place. I submit that sanctity of life is not diminished by allowing a dignified death, rather it is upheld by refusing to reduce human existence to mechanical survival. In conclusion, passive euthanasia, when regulated with stringent safeguards, is a constitutionally valid, ethically sound, and humanly necessary extension of the right to life under Article 21. It does not threaten the sanctity of life as it protects the dignity that gives life to its true sanctity. Thank you.
Thank you, F21. Now I would like to call upon A21.
Switch कर लो.
A21. A21, if you are present, kindly respond.
Wait for 10 more seconds, and if you will not be there, then you can move further.
Okay.
I'm a uh, uh,
A21, kindly switch on your camera. Judges, can we proceed with F22?
Let's move with the next person, and if you will be joining again, then allow.
Okay. Now I would like to call upon F22.
Can I proceed?
Yes, you may start now.
So, passive euthanasia, as we all know, is basically the withdrawing or withholding of life sustaining treatment which could lead to a person's natural death. So, this usually applies to patients who are terminally ill or people who are in permanent vegetative state. And when we talk about this in the context of rights, we talk about how a person is living beyond just their merely breathing human being. Because if life becomes nothing more than just endless pain, suffering, and dependency, then continuing treatment at all cost is not actually protecting the life, and it basically makes life unlivable. So obviously, we all know in Article 21 in the Right to Life, they expanded the scope and talked about how it should not be about mere animal existence. But most terminally ill people are in a situation where they're completely helpless, and their families are also being in a situation where they're forced to, um, be in a severe caregiving burdens in terms of financial and also just emotional support. So the families of the patients usually have to spend enormous amounts of money on treatments that actually have no real chance of recovery. And they'd be in a situation where they have to use their life savings, their take loans, or even sell their assets to just afford basic, healthcare for a person who's barely alive anyway, and who's still waiting for their upcoming death. And this isn't just limited to the financial burden alone, but there's also a lot of emotional distress and stress that they will have to handle as they're constantly waiting for the death of someone they love, which they know is inevitable. And even the patients themselves also will experience severe emotional distress from the huge loss of dignity that they have to deal with. And they are completely dependent on machines and the others around them for survival. And the issue is also simply just about the individual's choice and autonomy. And I believe that every individual should have the right to choose what they want to do with their body and how to live their life. And we already accept that a patient can refuse certain medical treatments. And passive euthanasia is basically an extension of that. And it gives the person the right to decide that they don't want to be kept alive artificially when there is no chance of actual recovery. And it doesn't involve like actively ending a person's life, but only allows nature to take its course. So we see the judicial interpretations of this as well, like in the case of Aruna Ramachandra Shanberg versus Union of India in 2011. The Supreme Court allowed passive euthanasia, and it did give strict guidelines, but it acknowledged the certain situations where providing life support serves no real purpose. And even in Common Causes versus Union of India case in 2018, it clearly states that right to die with dignity is a part of right to life under Article 21.
Due to some technical issues, now I would like to call upon A22.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am here as A22 to speak strongly against the motion that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. As it has already been defined by the fourth seeker, I would just like to emphasize on the one aspect of passive euthanasia that was specified by the court in the common cause case. That is, it is the withdrawal of the artificial means to extend life and allow the natural course of death to take its course. So essentially, a passive euthanasia does not involve an active killing agent, but rather allows the diagnosis or prognosis of the patient in that particular critical situation. Their entire bodily external medical treatments are stopped, and the natural course of death is allowed to take place. Here, the actual complex question, which is at the core of the argument of euthanasia, and specifically passive euthanasia, is simply this: do we as human beings have the right to conclude our life as we want? And the second question is, can another caregiver Or can the court, as is the case in India, have the power to determine accurately when a life is no longer worth living? Such an abstract concept is the core of the euthanasia argument, which is not brought up in the mainstream at all. When we see the situation in India, it is in the hands of the caregivers to decide when the person's life is going to end in almost all the cases. Which brings me to my first argument, which is the non voluntary nature of passive euthanasia in its form currently. In almost all the jurisdictions around the world, such as Belgium and Canada, Luxembourg, where euthanasia is allowed, including active euthanasia, non voluntary euthanasia is completely illegal. However, in India, from Aruna Shanbok to Harish Rana, non voluntary euthanasia has become the norm. Even with the strict guidelines in place, we have to understand the fact that the patient whose life is being cut short did not consent to their life being cut short in this manner. Though they might not have been able to predict the circumstances which had led them to being in this vegetative state or in a situation where recovery is impossible, their consent is still disregarded or at least diminished in regards to the burden on the caregivers. The caregivers' burden and their right to life and their right to live a prolonged life without these financial burdens is given superstition over the right to life of the person who is in that situation currently. Let us take this one aspect. Whether the healthcare or whether the end of life care services which is provided in the country is it equivalent for all? Can we honestly say that if the financial burden of taking care of a person in this vegetative state was not as high as it is currently in India, would they still make the same choice of ending their life or opting for passive euthanasia? Can this be determined by the court? That is the core question here, where non voluntary euthanasia becomes the norm. And secondly, the common cause guidelines of the advance directives and living wills, though they have been specifically mentioned in that particular judgment, it is not being followed and there is no common legal framework. Again and again, we are forced to depend on a case by case basis, where most of the power is with the hands of the courts to determine whether or not a person's life is worth to continue living. When we have so much ambiguity surrounding the passive euthanasia's administration and there is no procedural clarity, what guarantee can we give to the medical practitioners who are forced to take up this thing, which goes against their Hippocratic oath, which goes against the medical ethics that they are taught from a very young age? Though in theory it is easy to state that passive euthanasia is the way forward, in practical application, the burden is never on the
The
person.
time is over.
Could I get 10 seconds to conclude?
Yes, wrap it up.
Thank you so much. In reality, the passive euthanasia is never in the hands of the person or the caregivers, but rather in the hands of the medical practitioners who do not understand the ethics of concluding a person's life in this manner. And that is why I believe that passive euthanasia is against the sanctity of life. Thank you.
Thank you, A22. I request the judges to note that we have A10 with us from session 1. With your permission, she can start.
Okay, let her in.
Am I audible and am I visible?
You are audible, but you are not visible.
Now?
A10, you are audible, but you are not visible.
Okay, okay. Am I audible and visible now?
No, you are only audible, you are not visible.
So now move further with the next person. And if she will be coming, let her in.
Yes, sir. Now I would like to call upon A21.
Judges, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
First of all, I would be strongly apologizing for our disconnectivity. Shall I start?
Yes, move.
Law exists to preserve people and not to legitimize its extinction. A very good morning, a very good afternoon to the respected judges and the esteemed learned councils and fellow debaters. I I strongly stand against the motion of the particular agenda. Article 21 of the Constitution of India guarantees the protection of the life and personal liberty, but not their deliberate termination. The introduction of passive euthanasia therefore presents itself as a one of that risk inflicting further suffering upon an individual who has already found life so unbearable, whose prospects of happiness has diminished to such an extent that they contemplate death as an escape. Further, the expression right to die with dignity at the end of the life must not be conflated with a supposed right to die an unnatural death by curtailing the natural span of life. And freedom, in its truest sense, carries responsibility, both moral and legal, and cannot be exercised in a manner that extinguishes the very essence of life itself. The mere existence of factors such as poverty, lack of healthcare, infrastructure, familiar pressures, or the systematic corruption cannot justify the unnatural termination of life, nor can such circumstances validate what in substance amount to a form of passive homicide. And if such a framework is permitted to exist, it simply reflects not only a failure of the state constitutional machinery, but also a deviation by those entrusted with the duty to protect the Constitution. Judges, to safeguard the fundamental rights of an individual, passive euthanasia must be viewed with the extreme caution, for it implicates both the authority that sanctions it and the agency that executes it. This concerns extend particularly to the medical practitioners who, bound by the Hippocratic Oath, undertake a lifelong professional and ethical commitment to preserve life until its natural end. And dignity, therefore, cannot be understood as a justification of the ending of life. Rather, it carries with an obligation to preserve life even in its most fragile state. Even in instances where an individual expresses a conscious desire regarding the end of the life, such expression must satisfy the highest standard of validity and informed consent. This is sought to be addressed through advance directive. Yes, advance directive, which is an instrument basically through which a patient record their wishes at the prior stage when they are capable of making an informed decision about the future medical treatment in circumstances where such capacity may later be host, as it was greatly upheld in the Aruna Schonbach case. However, the reliability and authenticity of such consent remain inherently vulnerable.
Thank you, A21.
Judges, I would like to request you for one last 10 seconds more to conclude my statement.
Do it, sir.
Pardon, sir?
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, sir. So, judges, concludingly, the end of the life must not be seen as a human disposal, mere human disposal, but as the enhancement of the human dignity by permitting each man's last act to be an exercise of his free choice between a tortured, hideous death and a painless, dignified one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, A21. Judges, A10 with us from session 1. With your permission, she can start.
Yes, allow her.
I think she is not present right now. And
Go further then.
moving further, this is the final call for F12 and A12. They are not present. I request the judges to note that F12 and A12 are not present.
Are we done with F11 and A11?
No, they are also absent.
Okay.
This is the final call for A10. Join in a span of time quickly. With this, we come to end of session 2. We will join back after a short break of 5 minutes for session 3. All the participants of session 3 are requested to be kindly ready. Welcome back. Now we are starting with the session 3. I would like to call upon F23.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
IF23 standing in favor of the motion of right to die with dignity. Honorable judges, esteemed members of the organizing committee, good afternoon all. Let me begin not with a definition, but with a feeling many of us fear, yet rarely speak about. Imagine waking up every day, not with hope, but with dread. Imagine your closed ones, just like Aruna, being in a vegetative state for more than 40 years, alive, but without awareness, without independence, and without any hope of recovery. A life where every breath is a burden, and your existence becomes a silent cry for relief. Now I ask, would you still call this life, or would you call it a prolonged suffering? We often talk about how life is really important, and it's true, it is. Life is a gift that's hard to put a value on. As Viktor Frankl once said, between stimulus and response, there is a space, and in that space is our power to choose. It's a base on which all our rights, all our freedoms, and all our experiences are built. But when we're thinking about how much we respect life, we sometimes forget something else that's just as important, which is dignity. That is what makes life worth living. Right to die with dignity, when you first hear about it, it can be really unsettling. It might even seem like we're saying life isn't valuable anymore. This isn't about encouraging death, it's about giving people a choice. It's not about ending life for no reason. It's about letting someone avoid suffering that's just too much to bear when their life has been a nerve ending cycle of pain. Around the world, societies have begun to recognize the importance of this issue. Countries like the Netherlands, Canada, and Switzerland have legalized forms of euthanasia, showing a global trend towards recognizing autonomy at life's end. There has been a gradual shift in understanding that the right to life is not just about survival, but about living with dignity. The idea is that individuals should have some control over their end of life decisions. The notion that a person should have a right to refuse certain medical treatment shows the evolved understanding of compassion and dignity. At the heart of it lies Article 21 of the Constitution of India, which guarantees the right of personal liberty and life. Our legal system did not reach this point of letting a person pass naturally with dignity overnight. In the landmark Common Cause versus Union of India case, the Supreme Court of India recognized the right to die with dignity as a facet of the rights to life. It was a pivotal moment where the court allowed passive euthanasia under strict safeguards, affirming that dignity must be preserved even at the end of life. To Harish Rana being the first Indian to be allowed passive euthanasia, because ultimately it is not about death, it's about dignity. Can we really deny it the right? This right is not just about being alive, it is about living with dignity, and if dignity is an essential part of life, can we really deny it at the very end? As a wise man once said, a wise man will make more opportunities than he finds. Today the law has created an opportunity not for death but for compassion, for choice, and for dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, F23. Now I would like to call upon A23.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Am I audible?
Audible and visible. You may start now.
Once syphilis was condemned to push a stone up the hill in the eternity. And what happened that the stone kept pushing down, down, down again and again and again. And what happened and was observed that the struggle of what? Struggle in modern day can be in many forms. Like it can be mental, academic, and any other form of stress that can be a part of a human life. But what stress can't be related to is dignity. And what I say is that stress can never be responsible to judge someone's dignity and take it away from them. I, A23, stand against the motion of right to die with dignity, and hereby I say I am against the use of passive euthanasia. At first, it might sound good, and many people before me might have said all the possible benefits of passive euthanasia. But the deep down reality is that there is no law, and legalizing such harmful activity is very dangerous for the people. It may help someone, but behind the back, there are many risks involved in it. Human life is the most sacred part of our world. Human life is responsible for every possible good happening in our world. But we cannot be the ones to judge for someone to die. And in the most possibly thing that can be is which way that person should die. So even to handle such situation, in 2018, a judgment by court was given due to which patients were able to make their own will in which for example, if I'm a cancer patient, I can decide for myself that I don't want to get passive euthanasia on me. And therefore, I don't want such death on me. I would only accept natural way of death and die in the most natural way possible with any form of medical treatment available for me. Now we come to the most disgusting thing is that all the doctors don't support passive euthanasia. Those hands which sworn to save life, help people live longer, are willing to help them die by those hands. Medical advancements have been made, and with a personal experience, I can tell that we can have hope. We can believe that a person can get good. We can also give them condolences. Like if a person is depressed, we should give them a good counsel that they don't want any form of passive euthanasia. And to end it all, I want to say two small things. That first of all, hope is very important for us because hope is what makes us all. Without it, all else is lost. And as a human, my sole purpose is to make my life end in a good way with a long journey, not end the life itself. Thank you.
Thank you, A23. Now I would like to call upon F24. F24, kindly switch on your microphone and camera. Now we are proceeding further. I would like to call upon A24.
So now move further with F25, and when F24 will be joining, let them in.
Sure, sir. Now I would like to call upon F25.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may start now.
Okay, so good afternoon, esteemed members of the organizing committee and honorable judges. I'm F25 and I'll be presenting for the motion that passive euthanasia is the right to die with dignity. So imagine a life where where you're not able to breathe on your own, where you're not able to feel the sunlight or even talk to your loved ones. Is it really living or it is just existing? The only connection to the real world is the humming of the machines and tube pipes. I think that right to die with dignity should is not a threat to the sanctity of life. Rather, it is honor. Rather, it is the one second. Rather, it is how we honor the right to die. So, firstly, my point is that a person needs to live with dignity. When a person is forced to suffer, to suffer and to endure so much pain and agony just so he can live for 4 or 5 more days. It's not an act of kindness, rather, I think it's an act of cruelty. When we force a person to act against their will and live in that amount of pain, it's not, we are not doing mercy on him, rather we are forcing him to act against his will. Secondly, my point is that there's a very big difference between active killing and passive withdrawal. Actively killing means injecting someone poison so that they could get instant relief, but passive withdrawal is just that we take out the life support and then let nature take its own natural course, and the person can die peacefully in its natural way. So I think that active killing can be an issue, but passively withdrawing the life support from the person can not be an act of cruelty, rather it will be a favor, or the we'll follow the actual will of the person, because no person will want to be in that vegetative state where he cannot do anything and just talk. He cannot talk to their loved ones, he cannot feel anything, he's just a robot who's breathing with the support of the ventilators. Thirdly, I would like to point out that practically speaking, if we keep a person on ventilator or the bed that he has occupied, where there is actually no hope of his survival, if there are no hopes of his survival, it's not such a good use of medical resources, right? The other person, that life whose life can actually be saved from using the same resources and the same bed, will actually be more beneficial for all the three families. Firstly, the medical expenses that the person has to go through just to like live daily on the medical support, the person's family will face extreme debt. Secondly, the person whose life can actually be saved can use those same resources. Thirdly, the person who is actually on the ventilator can be freed and can die peacefully with dignity. So passive euthanasia is not a threat to sanctity, rather it's the final act of a civilized society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, F25. Now I would like to call upon A25.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Good afternoon, respected judges and my dear friends. Today, can the right to die with dignity also include, can the right to live with dignity also include the right to die? If that is the case, then we are compromising the very value of human life. Today, I stand firmly against the motion that passive euthanasia is the right to live with dignity and not a threat to sanctity of life. At first, we may believe that the right to die with dignity is a is a sounds compassionate, but in reality, it raises serious questions. First, life is the most fundamental right under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. Every person has the right to live with dignity, not a right to end life. If we start accepting death as a right, then we are weakening the very foundation of this right. The role of doctors and society is to protect life and not to decide when it should end. My second point would be the misuse of this right. In many cases, patients are dependent on others. Decisions about withdrawal life may be influenced because of economic pressure, financial burden, and even because of personal interest. Can we truly guarantee that every decision is completely fair and not influential? If not, we risk injustice. My third point would be medical science is constantly advancing. Technology is developing. Many patients once thought to be beyond recovery have survived with proper treatment and care. If we normalize passive euthanasia, we may give up on lives that still have hope. Even in the case of Aruna Shaubog versus Union of India, the Supreme Court allowed passive euthanasia only under strict conditions. This means that passive euthanasia is not an absolute right, but a highly restricted exception because of its dangers. At last, I would want to conclude that passive euthanasia is not just about choice. It's about how we value human life. If we accept it as a right, we risk weakening the sanctity of itself.
Therefore, I strongly oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, A25. Now I would like to call upon F26.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You
Can I
may
start?
start now.
मृत्यु से बड़ा कोई सत्य नहीं है, लेकिन पीड़ा से बड़ी कोई त्रासदी नहीं है। महोदय जी, आज मैं इस सदन के समक्ष प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव निष्क्रिय इच्छा मृत्यु गरिमापूर्ण मृत्यु का अधिकार है, न कि जीवन की गरिमा के लिए खतरा, के पूर्ण समर्थन में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ। महोदय जी, जीवन केवल सांसें चलने और हृदय के धड़कने का नाम नहीं है, बल्कि सम्मान, चेतना और गरिमा के साथ जीने का एक नाम है। जब कोई व्यक्ति किसी लाइलाज बीमारी से ग्रसित हो जाता है और उसके बचने की कोई भी संभव तरीके नहीं है, और जहां चिकित्सा विज्ञान भी अपने हाथ खड़े कर देता है, तो उस व्यक्ति को मशीनों और ट्यूबों के सहारे जबरन जिंदा रखना जीवन का सम्मान नहीं, बल्कि उसके शरीर के साथ एक क्रूर यातना होगी। अगर विपक्ष का मानना है फिर भी जीवन को हर हाल में बचाना चाहिए, तो मैं ये प्रश्न करना चाहूंगी कि वेंटिलेटर की आवाजों, अनगिनत ट्यूबों और चेतना शून्य शरीर को जीवन कहते हैं? नहीं। भारत के संविधान का अनुच्छेद 21 हमें केवल जीवन जीने का अधिकार नहीं देता, बल्कि गरिमा के साथ जीवन जीने का अधिकार देता है। और जहां गरिमा समाप्त हो जाती है, वहां एक शांतिपूर्ण विदाई का अधिकार भी उसी मौलिक अधिकार का स्वाभाविक विस्तार बन जाता है। अगर हम कानून और न्याय शास्त्र के तथ्यों की बात करें, तो 2018 में कॉमन कॉज केस में भारत के माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने स्पष्ट किया कि निष्क्रिय इच्छा मृत्यु और लिविंग विल पूरी तरह से वैध है। 2023 में इसके नियमों को और भी सरल बनाया गया, ताकि एक व्यक्ति अपने देह पर स्वायत्तता रख सके। हाल ही में 11 मार्च 2026 को सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने हरीश राणा के केस में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत किए और ये कहा कि निष्क्रिय इच्छा मृत्यु का आदेश देते हुए कहा कि हमारा आज का निर्णय मृत्यु को चुनने के बारे में नहीं है, बल्कि जीवन को कृत्रिम रूप से न बढ़ाने के बारे में है। निष्क्रिय इच्छा मृत्यु की जहर का इंजेक्शन देना नहीं है, यह तो केवल उन कृत्रिम जीवन रक्षक प्रणालियों को हटाना है जो प्रकृति के मार्ग में बाधा बन रही है। अंत में मैं सदन को सिर्फ ये याद दिलाना चाहूंगी कि एक सभ्य और मानवीय समाज वह नहीं है जो इंसान को अपनी जिंदगी में जबरन मशीनों से बांध कर रखे। वह एक सभ्य समाज वह है जो सम्मान के साथ पैदा होने की आजादी दे। जब चिकित्सा विज्ञान अपने हाथ खड़े कर दे और जीवन केवल दर्द का पर्याय बन जाए, तो निष्क्रिय इच्छा मृत्यु जीवन के खिलाफ कोई अपराध नहीं रह जाता। ये तो मानवता की सर्वोच्च करुणा है, जो मौत को थोपना नहीं, बल्कि एक दर्दनाक संघर्ष को उसकी जीने गई गरिमा को लौटाना है। तो मैं अपना
Thank you, F26. Now I would like to call upon A26.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay, I will be speaking in Hindi. आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज मैं अपोजिशन में बोल रही हूँ। जैसा कि महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था, स्वास्थ्य ही असली धन है, सोना चांदी नहीं। और आज उस जीवन और स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा के बजाय हम इस बात पर बहस कर रहे हैं कि क्या जीवन समाप्त करना एक अधिकार बन जाना चाहिए। मैं एक कठोर सत्य से शुरुआत करना चाहूंगी। अगर कानून यह तक तय करने लगा कि जीवन जीने योग्य है, तो हम समाज नहीं रहेंगे, बल्कि एक मौन मृत्यु प्रणाली बन जाएंगे। मैं इच्छा मृत्यु के सख्त खिलाफ होती हूँ, इसलिए नहीं कि मैं पीड़ा को नजरअंदाज कर रही हूँ, बल्कि इसलिए कि मैं समझती हूँ कि मृत्यु को समाधान बना देना कितना खतरनाक हो सकता है। मेरे विपक्ष के लोग कह रहे हैं कि यह एक गरिमा है, मैं इसे हार कहती हूँ। हार चिकित्सा की, हार कानून की और सबसे बढ़कर हार मानवता की। वे कहते हैं कि यह एक चयन है, लेकिन मैं कहती हूँ यह उस क्या वह गरीब यह चयन कर पाएगा कि वह इलाज का खर्च उठा नहीं सकता? उस बुजुर्ग के पास कैसा चयन जिसे खुद पर बोझ होने का एहसास कराया जाता है? यह सहमति नहीं महोदय, यह एक दया के नाम पर छिपा हुआ दबाव है। हमारी न्यायपालिका भी इस विषय में सतर्क रहती है। पी राथम वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया में इसे सहमति दे दी गई थी, परंतु जियान खान वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ पंजाब के बाद इसे भी रद्द कर दिया गया। मैं मानती हूँ कि अरुणाल सिंह बाबू केस में निष्क्रिय इच्छा मृत्यु की अनुमति दी गई है, लेकिन शर्तों और न्यायिक निगरानी के साथ। क्यों? क्योंकि न्यायालय जानता था यहाँ एक भी गलती अपरिवर्तनीय है। मैं आपसे एक सवाल करना चाहूंगी, क्या आप यह गारंटी दे सकते हैं कि हर मरने का निर्णय बिना किसी दबाव के होगा? अगर आपका जवाब नहीं है, तो इच्छा मृत्यु कोई अधिकार नहीं है, बल्कि एक ऐसा जोखिम है जिसे हम उठा नहीं सकते। किसी समाज की असली पहचान इस बात से नहीं होती कि वह जीवन कैसे समाप्त करता है, बल्कि इस बात से होती है कि वह सबसे कमजोर लोगों के जीवन की रक्षा कैसे करता है। दर्द का समाधान मृत्यु नहीं, देखभाल है। पीड़ा का समाधान हार नहीं, सहारा है। क्योंकि जिस दिन मृत्यु समाधान बन जाएगी, उस दिन हम अपने जीवन के लिए लड़ना बंद कर देंगे, और वही सबसे बड़ी त्रासदी है। महोदय, हमने बहुत सारे केसेस में देखा है कि वो अलाउ कर देते हैं कि वो धन्यवाद।
Thank you, A26. Now I would like to call upon F27.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay. In Mahabharata, the patriarch Bhishma Pitava was granted the boon of Ichamrityu, the power to choose the moment of his own death. He waited upon a bed of arrows for the right moment to depart, teaching us that the end of life is not a defeat to be feared, but a transition to be handled with grace. While this concept of Ichamrityu is rooted in Hindu mythology, it mirrors a profound truth recognized by the Supreme Court of India. The right to life would mean the existence of such a right up to the end of natural life. We must be crystal clear about what we are debating. Passive euthanasia is not the act of ending a life, it is the withholding or withdrawal of medical treatment. The ventilators, the tubes, the machines that serves only to prolong the process of dying rather than the joy of living. For 42 years, my esteemed judges, the world watched the tragic case of Aruna Schonberg, a woman whose body was kept in a state of suspended animation, sparking the fire that led to the landmark 2018 Common Cause versus Union of India judgment. This ruling recognized that when a patient is in a state of permanent vegetation with no hope of recovery, forcing them to remain biologically present through artificial means is not an act of sanctity, it is the violation of their soul. The opponents argue that this threatens the sanctity of life, but I ask you, is there any sanctity in a life reduced to the hum of a machine and the coldness of a hospital bed? Is there sanctity in a forced survival where there's no consciousness, no prayer, no peace? The Supreme Court reminds us that dignity is inseparable from life. By recognizing advanced medical directives or living wills, the law finally gives us the power to protect our future selves. It allows us to say to our loved ones, remember me as I was, not as the machine makes me. This is not a threat to life. It is the ultimate protection of the human peace and not a shortcut to death. We are not choosing death. We are choosing to stop an artificial, agonizing delay of the inevitable. We are choosing compassion over cold technology. By supporting this motion, we affirm that every human being deserves a conclusion to their story, that is as honorable as the life they lived. Let us return to the wisdom of the highest court. The right to life, including the right to live with human dignity, would mean the existence of such a right up to the end of natural life. Let us choose dignity, let us choose compassion, and let us choose autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you, A27. Now I would like to call upon F28. एक second, गड़बड़ है, guys. I'm sorry, I would like to call upon A27.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
I'll be starting on the self count of 3, 2, 1. If I stopped feeding you, not poison you, not strike you, no food, no water, day after day, would that be considered a crime? Then, on what principle of law does the same act performed by a physician in a hospital with a certificate become one of bestowing dignity upon us? I break the motion into 4 paradigms: legal, philosophical, socioeconomic, and statistics. Article 21 states that the state cannot deprive a person of life except by procedures established by law. Operative word becoming state. Passive euthanasia hands that power to a physician, a family, and a medical board. The state hasn't taken the life, it has licensed another to do the same. Article 21 does not permit outsourcing its most solemn obligation. The state cannot launder its power to a third party and call it giving dignity. Second, in case Putaswamy, the bench held that Article 21 comes with its antecedents, necessities without which life cannot continue. A ventilator, a feeding tube are not medical privileges but the physical contents of the right to life itself. Remove them and you withdraw the right to life from a person still living. Puttaswamy also recognized bodily integrity as inseparable from Article 21. A PVS patient has not surrendered that right. Unconsciousness is not consent and incapacity is not waiver. Passive euthanasia hands that integrity to others, none of whom are that person. The motion says we are giving a right, we are taking two that they already hold and calling that taking a gift. Under Section 1061 of BNS, an omission with the knowledge of its consequence attracts criminal liability. A doctor who negligently fails to administer treatment when the patient dies, prosecution follows. Now consider passive euthanasia. They know that the medical certainty that the patient will die. That is mens rea. The only thing separating this from culpable homicide is a medical board certificate. And the family stands to inherit, and they have financial motive, and they are the one that have chosen the hospital and the physician. That certificate is the only barrier between mercy killing and motivated killing. Inviolability of life versus the illusion of a right to die. The right of life is paramount, non-derogable. In Pretty versus UK, the right to life does not give rise to right to die. The state has a strong interest in safeguarding the vulnerable. Omission with intent to kill remains a crime against sanctity of life. In systems such as Indonesia, any intention of taking its life, even at victim's request, is grouped with homicide. The vanishing point: when the state allows subjective annihilation of life, it turns law into a utilitarian tool instead of safeguarding basic human rights. Autonomy demands uncoerced agency, but decisions made under terminal illness, inadequate palliative care, or crushing medical bills are manipulated by its very definition: systematic exploitation. Euthanasia laws cannot stop abuse where the practice becomes a cost controlling mechanism. A monetized life system will obviously incline towards premature killing. The judiciary has considered such an exploitation before in marital rape cases. Advocates say that euthanasia can be limited and rather only to vegetative state or terminally ill adults. Empirical evidence from Belgium, Netherlands, and even India shows otherwise. What starts as a strict exception inevitably expands to psychiatric and dementia patients and minors, and the unreported gray zone. Research shows many life ending procedures never go through official review committees. Patients, especially the aged and comatose, are euthanized without explicit documented contents. Thank you.
Thank you, A27. Now I would like to call upon F28.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. Good afternoon, everyone. I am F28 speaking for the motion. Let me begin with a very thought experiment today. Imagine a book whose last chapter has already been written, but someone forces you to keep turning the pages even when the story is over. Is that continuation or cruelty? This is exactly what passive euthanasia addresses. Passive euthanasia does not write the last chapter. It simply stops pretending that more chapters are left. My opponents claim that it undermines the sanctity of life. So I clearly ask them, is life sacred only when the heart beats, or is it sacred when the person within the heart can feel, think, hope, and live? Consider the recent Harish Rana case that everyone has been talking about on a daily basis. Harish Rana, a young man of 25, spent 9 years on life support, not living, not recovering, not only existing because machine refused to let the body rest. His parents stood beside him day after day, asking the same painful question to God again: is this our son or just the memory of him? When the court finally permitted passive euthanasia, it wasn't an act of ending life, it was an act of ending prolonged suffering. Tell me, where is dignity in a body kept alive, but a mind forever gone? A treatment that cost families everything but gives the patient nothing, forcing parents to watch their child breathe through machines long after the hope has died. Passive euthanasia is not killing, it is recognizing medical reality, accepting human limits, and choosing compassion over mechanical survival. Opponents often ask, what if there is a hope? I ask in return, should a faint theoretical possibility outweigh the years of guaranteed agony? Is the moral obligation to preserve life or to preserve humanity? The Supreme Court of India upholds the right to life with dignity under Article 21. And yes, dignity in everyone is not found in tubes, wires, or ventilators. Dignity is found in allowing a peaceful farewell when meaningful life has ended. Let us all be very honest here. Death is not the enemy. Suffering truly is. Passive euthanasia does not disrespect life, it respects the meaning of life. It ensures that when the journey is over, we do not force a person to walk further on broken limbs. So I truly conclude with one final question for everyone here listening. If dignity is a right in life, why should it become a privilege in death? Passive euthanasia is not a threat to sanctity, it is a compassionate affirmation of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, F28. Now I would like to call upon A28.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Yeah. Greetings, the judges. This is A28 standing against the motion for passive euthanasia. As my opposition counsel mentions that it is not right for a book to be having its pages being turned even after the chapters have been ended. I would like to say that it is also not right to close your book even without a chapter being not done or ended. The argument is not just emotional, it is not just about the sanctity of life, it is not just about how you choose a person's dignity. It is also factual, it is also inculcatory of circumstances that how passive euthanasia has been exercised. The definition of PVS, that is persistent vegetative state, is defined in your Transmission of Organs and Tissues Act 1994, where it specifies that a person is said to be in vegetative state if their brain stem system is dead. And now there are also timelines for this aspect. If you are brain dead for 30 to 60 days, it is called your persistent vegetative state. And if you are brain dead for more than 90 days, it is called permanent vegetative state with circumstances accordingly. Now, it is considered that it is feasible to give people and victims who are in such persistent vegetative state that it shall have a compassionate exit from life, which is also dignity of life. I would like to say the exercise of such procedure is also having its own drawbacks. And these drawbacks are considered to be having a slippery slope, which inculcates three important aspects. One, the socio-economic aspect of passive euthanasia. Second, the clinical diagnosis and its falsifiability of it. And third, the turning of right to die into a duty to die. I would like to elucidate how it is socio-economic at first instance. The procedure that has been laid down for such is that it should be approved by the medical board with the permission of a judicial magistrate. Now, it is also possible that people who cannot afford absolute palliative care, which is not universal in India yet, because we are an underdeveloped or a developing nation yet, it will merely force people and victims who are not rich enough to go for passive euthanasia first. And second, the procedure in rural hospitals shall not be followed, and it is a time-taking process due to which there is a process of fallacy and there is a chance of this process being felicitated. Second, when it comes to clinical aspect of it, it is always possible that there is misdiagnosis of such aspect of passive euthanasian aspects. And second, it is also possible that there is a probable breakthrough in technology which could also cure persistent vegetative state. The way the place doctors are helping that they are healers are now considered to be people who just take lives. They just have this option to take a life just because they consider that they cannot get back anymore. Coming to the people's considerations, coming to people how they would take it, the question of right to die in dignity would also turn into a duty to die among people who are permanently disabled, who are depressed, and who are in old age. Getting hurt in old age would just render their families to think that it is not fair enough to let them survive even after doing so. A man who is 67 years old in Vietnam has survived his persistent vegetative state. So I think all of these such aspects would render passive euthanasia to be a practice that is not supposed to take place. Rather, it should be considered a practice that would just give an option for state to not spend in palliative care, to not spend in healthcare, rather give a choice to just leave lives yet alone for spending in other aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, A28. Now I would like to call upon F29.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
So I am F29. I will speak in the favor of passive euthanasia, right to die with dignity. Passive euthanasia is not about killing someone. It is about allowing a natural death when there is no hope of recovery, when medical procedure fail. In the case of Common Cause versus Union of India and Harish Rana versus Union of India, Supreme Court of India said in this case that right to life under Article 21 of Constitution of India also include right to die with dignity. Let us ask ourselves that is life merely about breathing through machines, or it is about living with dignity, awareness, and autonomy? When a person is in complete vegetative stage for a year with no chance of recovery, only by artificial feeding tubes and machines he is surviving, then passive euthanasia respects the patient's autonomy. Every individual have right to decide what to do to their body. Forcing treatment upon someone is not a care, it is a control over them. Supreme Court had said that clinically assisted nutrition and hydration is a form of medical treatment, not a basic care. Euthanasia is rooted in compassion. It is prevent unnecessary suffering. So, in conclusion, I want to say that choosing dignity over suffering, compassion over compulsion, and humanity over existence. With this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, F29. Now I would like to call upon A29.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may start now.
Good afternoon, learned judges, my respected opponent, and everyone present. Today, we are not here just deciding what a life is, what a policy is, but we are actually deciding what is the worth of our life in a society. We have seen euthanasia declaring that, okay, passive euthanasia is good and we must allow it in order to compensate a patient's suffering. But a question to be asked over here is, can death be only relieved as a compassionate, or rather to say, is death the only way to relieve a patient's suffering, or a better medical treatment is possible? It's basically to say, if you are not able to afford the treatment, if you are unable to do anything about a patient, just kill him, because the person does not have any scope of it. And who can kill the person? The person who is not even the same one who has given the consent. So basically, if I'm the person who is dying and I have no right to live, I have no will to live, and in fact, I have no free will to live, the other person who will decide for me that, okay, you are now too old to live and you cannot decide for yourself. So I am deciding for you that you are not in the way and you cannot do it. So it's better for you to die. If you don't have money, then you should die. So basically, we are creating an obligation, we are creating a duty for a poor person to die. As you have seen in the cases of Haryana state in the USA, where people are actually stating the free will. If I ever become a burden to die, just kill me, because I don't want to be a burden to my family, as they should have a free will. So basically, they are deciding for themselves that they do not have any right to live, they do not have any will to live because they are unable to live. So that's a major question comes, that in a society, is the sanctity of life declared by others, that others can declare that whether you should live or not? Today, we are in an age where we have all the treatments available. Pain treatment, pain medicines are there to alleviate pain medicines, psychological support are there, and all sorts of medical facilities are there. So if you government is unable to provide for you, that you is it the thing that you should just end up your life? In India, where we have marriage, is where marriage is seen as the most pious thing, a union of two life, and where the divorce is seen as an immoral in the society. We are at the age that in India we believe that life is very precious, and here we are declaring that okay, life is not precious because the patient is suffering. Is it not our duty to alleviate the pain? If a pain is alleviated and the person is given a second chance in life, is a thing that it should be declared that patient is unable to live? We are here to question the humanity, that is it right for a human to decide for another human that a person is unable to live, unable to take care of himself? Or is it our individual right, but the virtue of living that we can decide, that has been given to us by the mere sanctity of life, that we should live and we have a power to live, that has been given by the nature and not by anyone else? With this, I would like to end my against statement for passive euthanasia. Thank you.
Thank you, A29. Now I would like to call upon F30.
Imagine being conscious and trapped in a body that no longer responds, being in a vegetative state. In cases of terminal illness or persistent vegetative state, patients are often kept alive through artificial means without any awareness, autonomy, or hope of recovery. Respected chair, learned judges, and my fellow debaters. Today, I stand for the motion that passive euthanasia does not dent the sanctity of life while choosing dignified death over prolonged sufferings, as it is a matter of right and autonomous choice. Life cannot be reduced to mere existence or mechanical survival. It carries a far wider connotation with dignity at its core and non negotiable element, and it's also applied under our Constitution in Article 21. Passive euthanasia, therefore, must not be misunderstood as an abandonment of a patient. Rather, it is a termination of a futile rescue operation. The duty of care does not end. It shifts from prolonging life to relieving suffering through palliative care. But let me ask, are we preserving life or merely prolonging suffering? This raises a fundamental question. Should anyone be forced to exist and exist only for mere existence? The doctrine of quality of life reinforces that the constitutional guarantees extends beyond mere biological persistence. It includes the right to end life in a peaceful and dignified manner when existence is reduced to a state devoid of awareness, autonomy, or human worth. Even the right to refuse medical treatment has no longer existed in common law, even if it results in death, thereby negating a fatalistic approach. Ethically, forcing a patient to endure unbearable suffering violates the very essence of compassion. In substance, in substance, it's unjust to compel kith and kins to exhaust their resources and on treatments that offers no real hope. And it also leads to misallocation of a scarce medical resources. Procedurally, such actions are not taken in isolation. They are based on the recommendations of a proper medical board with due consent. The debate is not between life and death, but it's between dignity and prolonged sufferings. The right to life cannot become a duty to suffer when medical professionals acting in good faith and in accordance with prescribed safeguards withdraws or withholds life-sustaining treatment based on a patient's best interest. Such an act cannot be constructed and escape from duty. On the contrary, it is a continuation of a duty of care and its most humane form. At lastly, unequivocally, passive euthanasia is neither illegal nor unethical, but it is a right that does not transgress the sanctity of life. Thank you.
Thank you, F30. Now I would like to call upon A30.
Ma'am, may I audible?
Yes, you
Is
are
my
audible and visible. You may start now.
yes, ma'am. The origin of euthanasia goes back to the term in particular goes back to Roman times. That it means roughly that killing the already killed person. Now, killed person can have the issue related to the injuries or his ego being being injured. Now, in our times, there are only three legal ways to take life of a person by another. That first being capital punishment, self-defense, and killing in war. Now, euthanasia introduces altogether a new category in which also overturns the medical ethics of that traditional belief that medical sciences should limit its domain to promoting and preserving human health only. Now, pardon my words, but the reasoning of passive euthanasia extend to reducing the sufferer, not the suffering. A very warm good morning, everyone. I stand against the motion of the topic that passive euthanasia is a matter of right to die with dignity and not a threat for the sanctity of life. Now, it it kicks into a slippery slope that today the discourse is introduced by our society based on the practices around the world, and it has been thoughtfully decided in apex court that but every matter cannot be given such weightage, and other undesirable facets awaits immediately. That even if we see the India's socioeconomic standing in comparison to the Western developed world, where in India lack of medical accessibility to huge majority of population, more than majority of a population, is underdeveloped, underperforming health care system, and overburdened doctors, where every general case can turn into a critical case. Now, and right to choose, such as passive euthanasia, in such sorry state of socio-economic development state will be disastrous. And also we can say the con- the if we say the slippery slope in this the concept which it leads, which when it's introduced in the society, where there is there is no such thing as a consensus around the doctors around the world in the developed country also, that that can tell when body will react and how body will react to the stimuli given to it. Now, the talking legally, the jurisprudence on which the right to die with dignity is based is definitely solid and cannot be budged. But individual rights are not absolute, as one cannot sell himself to the slavery on the, or we can say the maxim like volunty not injuria, which also restricts when it comes to the life. So the total picks philosophy of utilitarian approach of life, then one economic value of life would do nothing. It can be called anything but humane. Now, finally, with my final statement, that to the sufferer, one cannot say we can get rid of you by getting, we can get rid of your pain by getting rid of you. So with this, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, A30. Now I would like to call upon F31.
Respected judges, worthy opponents, and everyone present here, I stand before you today with humility and with conviction in strong affirmation of the motion that passive euthanasia is a right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of life. Let me begin with a question that I believe this entire debate rests upon. What is life if it is stripped of dignity? Is mere biological existence enough? Or does life demand something deeper? The real question before us is not can we prolong this life, but the real question is should we prolong the suffering? My respected opponents will speak of the sanctity of life, and they are right to do so. Life is sacred, but sanctity is not the same as compulsion. We do not honor life by reducing it to a biological function. We honor it by preserving the humanity within it. Justice Bhagavati in Francis Coralie Mullen gave us the words for this truth. Dignity, he said, is not mere animal existence. And just this year, on 11th March 2026, the Honorable Supreme Court of India, in Harish Rana versus Union of India, said something that I believe deserves to be heard in every debate hall, every courtroom, and every conscience in this country. Justice Pardiwala and Justice Vishwanathan wrote, and I quote with the deepest respect, at paragraph number 332 and 333 of the said judgment, that our decision today does not neatly fit within logic and reason alone. It sits in a space between love, loss, mercy, and medicine. They said this decision is not about choosing death, it is one of not artificially prolonging life. And then to the family, they said something that no legislation could ever have written. You are not giving up on your son, you are allowing him to live with dignity. When the highest court of this land speaks in the language of love and mercy, that is not a threat to the sanctity of life. That is its most profound affirmation. In 2018, the Supreme Court of India in Common Cause versus Union of India held that the right to die with dignity is an inviolable facet of Article 21, not a privilege, a fundamental right. And in the Puttaswamy judgment, 9 judges unanimously held that bodily integrity is the fundamental right. The right to be let alone, the right to determine what happens to your own body. Article 21 guarantees not just the right to live, but the right to live with dignity. And if dignity defines life, then its absence must also shape how we understand death. We speak readily of the sanctity of life. We speak far less about the sanctity of suffering. But there is nothing sacred about pain that cannot be healed. Respected judges, worthy opponents, everyone here, I leave you with this. The law does not have to be cold. The Constitution was written by human beings for human beings, and it tells us that dignity does not expire at the threshold of death. It is most needed there. Passive euthanasia is not against life. It is for dignity, it is for compassion, it is for the right to choose a peaceful, meaningful end. Because sometimes the most humane thing we can do is to let go with grace. Thank you.
Thank you, F31. Now I would like to call upon A31.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Respected judges, worthy opponents, and everyone present, very good afternoon. This debate will ask you to choose between two ideas. One side will tell you that allowing a person to die is same as honoring their life. But I'm here to ask you, how did we come to call the withdrawal of protection dignity? Because that is this motion's quite assumption, isn't it? That standing by some people is same as not stepping away. I submit to you that it is not. Firstly, those who support this motion will tell you that the sanctity of life is being used as a weapon against the suffering. I want to address that directly. The state's duty to protect the life cannot be extinguished by the prognosis. In Giancor versus State of Punjab, a constitutional bench of 5 judges held with unambiguous clarity that Article 21 is the right to live with dignity until the end of natural life, and it does not include the right to die. And moreover, the medicine teaches us something that the law must never forget. Morris Goodman was told he could never breathe again, he could never walk again. His spinal cord was severely damaged at C1 and C2. Every clinical standard of the time held his condition and agreed that his condition to be irreversible and final. However, he walked out of that hospital on his own 2 feet because irreversible is not a verdict. Irreversible isn't just an outer edge to what the science knows today. Secondly, the motion rests on premise that Article 21 includes a right to life, which contains the right to die. But let's be honest about what the law actually says. In Common Cause versus Union of India, which permitted advanced directives legally verified with subject to independent medical review, judicial oversight, and safeguard at every stage. That is not a right. It is a carefully guarded exception and it is not as same as fundamental right. And finally, when passive euthanasia becomes a right, the question is no longer does this person have right to die or does this person have right to live? The question becomes, does this person have enough good reason to be still alive? The elderly begin to feel not the right to live but a duty to die. The severely disabled are quietly made to feel that their existence is a continuous distress to their family, inconvenience to their family. The chronologically ill becomes to wonder whether they are burdened. Thus, the answer is not passive euthanasia. The answer is palliative care. It does not erase the person who is suffering, it erases the suffering. And finally, I would like to conclude my argument with a single statement by Martin Luther King that we must accept finite disappointment, but we must never lose infinite hope. And that is not a threat to dignity. And with that, I oppose the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, A31. Now I would like to call upon F32.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Good afternoon, all. I am for the proposition in Hindi language. जरा एक पल के लिए सोचिए, अगर किसी इंसान को हम 13 साल तक बिस्तर से बांध कर रखे और वह न बोल सके, न हिल सके, न कुछ समझ सके और उसकी सांसें सिर्फ मशीन खींचते रहे, तो क्या हम सच में कहेंगे कि वह जिंदा है या मानेंगे कि हम उसका दुख बढ़ा रहे हैं? यही हाल हरीश राणा के साथ था। वह 32 साल के थे, 13 साल से वेजिटेटिव स्टेट में थे, उनका शरीर साथ नहीं दे रहा था, दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा था और सब कुछ मशीनों के आधार पर चल रहा था। तब डॉक्टरों ने साफ कह दिया कि अभी कोई उम्मीद नहीं बची है। तभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इजाजत दी कि मशीन हटाई जा सकती है और उन्हें दवाओं से आराम देकर शांत और इज्जत के साथ विदा होने दिया जा सकता है। यही आज हमारे बहस का असली सवाल है, ऐसे समय पर मशीन हटाना जीवन का अपमान है या इंसान की इज्जत की रक्षा? अब सीधी भाषा में समझते हैं कि पैसिव यूथनेशिया क्या है। यह न तो किसी को जहर देने की बात है और न ही इंजेक्शन से मारने की। इसका मतलब बस इतना है कि डॉक्टर जब पूरी जांच के बाद साफ कह दे कि मरीज अब कभी ठीक नहीं हो सकता, न दिमाग चलेगा न शरीर चलेगा, तो ऐसी हालत में मशीनें और ट्यूब हटाने की इजाजत देना, इसके बाद जो मौत आती है वो बीमारी से आती है, न किसी इंसान के हाथ से आती है। यानी यहाँ कोई किसी को मार नहीं रहा है, हम सिर्फ जबरदस्ती खींची जा रही सांसों को छोड़ रहे हैं। आज अभी देखते हैं कि हमारा सबसे बड़ा कोर्ट यानी सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्या कह चुका है। कॉमन कॉज बनाम यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया 2018 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साफ कहा है कि संविधान के अनुच्छेद 21 में सिर्फ जीने का अधिकार नहीं बल्कि इज्जत के साथ जीने का और इज्जत के साथ मरने का अधिकार भी शामिल है। सरल भाषा में इसका मतलब यह है कि जिंदगी सिर्फ धड़कन का नाम नहीं है, जिंदगी में इंसान की गरिमा, उसके फैसले, उसका दुख और उसकी शांति भी शामिल है। इसी वजह से कोर्ट ने पैसिव यूथनेशिया और लिविंग विल को मान्यता दी है। विरोधी पक्ष कहेंगे कि इसका गलत इस्तेमाल हो सकता है, लोग लालच में मार देते, यह डर समझ लायक है, जायज है, लेकिन कानून इसके लिए कड़े ब्रेक लगाए हैं। भारत में आज भी केवल पैसिव यूथनेशिया की इजाजत है, जबकि एक्टिव यूथनेशिया पूरी तरह से गैर कानूनी है। पैसिव यूथनेशिया सिर्फ उन मामलों में हो सकता है जहां मरीज आखिरी स्टेज में हो या स्थायी वेजिटेटिव स्टेट में हो और डॉक्टरों का मेडिकल बोर्ड लिखकर कहे कि अब कोई उम्मीद नहीं बची है। एक नहीं, दो स्तर के डॉक्टर, अस्पताल की कमेटी और यहाँ तक कि कोर्ट भी यह देखते हैं कि फैसला सिर्फ और सिर्फ मरीज के भले के लिए हो और न ही किसी और के फायदे के लिए। अब जीवन की पवित्रता पर मैं आखिरी बात रखना चाहूंगा। जीवन की पवित्रता का मतलब यह नहीं हो सकता है कि हम किसी ऐसे इंसान को जो कुछ समझ ही ना पा रहा हो, सालों तक मशीनों पर लटका रहे, परिवार टूट जाए, उसका पैसा खत्म हो जाए, भावनाएं जल जाए और अंत में हम खुद को यह कहकर दिलासा दे कि हमने तो जीवन बचाया है। तब ये सवाल उठता है कि हम कौन सा जीवन बचा रहे हैं। क्या हम सिर्फ एक शरीर को घसीट रहे हैं या उस इंसान को जिसका दिमाग और उसका मैं तत्व कब का मर चुका हो। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी यह माना है कि जब इलाज सिर्फ दर्द बढ़ा रहा हो और जिंदगी सिर्फ कागज पर हो तो असलियत में न तो ऐसी हालत में मजबूरन जिंदा रखना खुद राइट टू लाइफ का बहुत बड़ा अपमान माना जाता है। पैसिव यूथनेशिया यह कहता है कि हम तुम्हारी जान नहीं ले रहे हैं, हम तुम्हें यातनाओं से आज़ाद कर रहे हैं और तुम्हें इज्जत के साथ विदा होने दे रहे हैं। माननीय न्यायमूर्तिगण, हमारी पूरी बहस का निचोड़ यह है कि कानून कहता है कि गरिमा के साथ मरने का अधिकार है। डॉक्टर कहते हैं कि जब इलाज बेकार हो जाए तो
F32,
दर्द
your
कम
time is
करना।
over.
ओके, कैन आई लास्ट टाइम?
Wrap it up in 10 seconds quickly.
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। दैट मैं इस पक्षी और हूँ कि पूरे भरोसे से कहना चाहता हूँ कि पैसिव यूथनेशिया जीवन की पवित्रता के खिलाफ नहीं है बल्कि इंसान की गरिमा की सबसे सच्ची और मजबूत रक्षा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, F32. Now I would like to call upon A32.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
माननीय जजेस, मैं A32 से अपोजिशन के पक्ष में स्टेटमेंट्स रखना चाहूँ। कोई छत टपकने से पूरे घर को नहीं चलाया जाता। कार का इंजन अगर खराब हो तो पूरी कार को कबाड़ में नहीं फेंका जाता। अगर दर्द का इलाज करने की कोई सुविधा नहीं है, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मरीज की मशीन बंद करके हम ये कहे कि देखो हमने इसे एक गरिमापूर्ण मौत दी है। आर्टिकल 21 हमारे संविधान का हमें जीने का अधिकार देता है, हमें गरिमापूर्ण जीने का अधिकार देता है, लेकिन मौत का नहीं देता। नीदरलैंड्स में 9,000 से ज्यादा लोगों ने 2024 में यूथनेशिया से मौत ली है, जो कुल मौतों का करीब करीब 5 से 6% है। सोचने की बात यह है कि कई मानसिक रोगी यूथनेशिया ले रहे हैं। जब मौत एक नॉर्मल ऑप्शन बन जाता है तो उसका दायरा सिर्फ क्रिटिकल केसेस तक सीमित नहीं रहता बल्कि बढ़ते ही जाता है। एक बूढ़ी माँ गांव के बिस्तर पर पड़ी है और वो सुनती है कि लोन, स्कूल की फीस और हॉस्पिटल की फीस उसके बेटे पर एक बोझ बन चुकी है। उस माँ को लगता है कि वो एक बोझ बन के रह गई है। अगर हम उस माँ को राइट टू डाई विद डिग्निटी दे देंगे तो वो क्या कहेगी? बेटा साइन कर दे पेपर पे, मुझे जाने दे, मरने दे। सवाल ये है कि क्या ये गरिमा है कि एक आर्थिक दबाव है? सवाल ये भी है कि क्या हमारा शासन, हमारी सरकार, हमारा कानून निम्न वर्ग के लोगों के लिए नहीं है? आज भी हमारे समाज में महिलाएं, बुजुर्ग और गरीब की आवाज न के बराबर है। वो अगर हाँ भी बोलते हैं तो मजबूरी में बोलते हैं। यदि कानून मौत को गरिमापूर्ण ही घोषित कर दे तो निम्न वर्ग पे खतरा सबसे ज्यादा है। हम सबने कोविड जैसी बीमारी में देखा है कि हॉस्पिटल्स फुल थे, पेशेंट्स के लिए बेड नहीं थे। तो क्या कोई डॉक्टर या कोई रिश्तेदार पेशेंट का इलाज भी ना करे और मरने दे मशीन को बंद करके, क्योंकि उसकी आर्थिक स्थिति नहीं है या हालात कुछ खराब है? यह एक प्रश्न चिन्ह है। एक सभ्य समाज की पहचान यह नहीं कि हम कितनी जल्दी जीवन को खत्म कर देते हैं, बल्कि ये है कि हम कितनी देर उस जीवन के साथ ईमानदारी से खड़े रहते हैं। अगर राइट टू डाई दे दिया गया तो कोई भी क्राइम करके किसी को भी क्रिटिकल कंडीशन में पहुंचा सकता है, ताकि उसको इस मुकाम पे लाके छोड़ दे जहां से वो स्वयं ही यूथनेशिया चूज कर ले। राइट टू डाई ऐसे केसेस में कोई गरिमा नहीं बल्कि एक हत्या का तरीका बन जाएगा। गरिमा तो तब होती है जब कोई जिंदा रहे और जिंदा रह के अपने संघर्षों से लड़े। मरने को या मरने देने को या कोई भी ऐसी प्रक्रिया को हम गरिमा नहीं कह सकते। कानून, शासन, प्रशासन हमेशा जीवन के पक्ष में होना चाहिए, मौत के नहीं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, A32. Now I would like to call upon F33. No, you are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected one and all. So I stand firmly in
Kindly off
favor.
your camera. F33.
Sorry. Yeah, my camera is turned on.
Yes, now you are visible.
Am I visible now?
Now you are visible and audible. You may start now.
Okay. Okay, so good evening to one and all. I stand firmly in favor of the motion that passive euthanasia is the right to die with dignity and not a threat to the sanctity of the life. So, before we go on to that, I would say that passive euthanasia is not a threat to the sanctity, but in fact, it is a recognition to die with dignity, as recognized under Article 21 of the Constitution. So, when a medical treatment is no longer able to cure you, and the suffering is going to prolongate for the future, then the law must not force a person to remain trapped into that situation without remain in that pain or dependence or indignity. In fact, they must be allowed to withdraw or withhold the futile life support that they are being given, so that a natural death can occur in that situation. So, as we know that there was this recent Supreme Court judgment in the year of 2026 in the case of Harish Rana. So, where the court allowed that the court actively recognized passive euthanasia in India. So, in that case, the petitioners argued that the person named Harish Rana was suffering from a severe brain injury, and so he was in a vegetative state with no real or meaningful chance of recovery. So the petitioners submitted that forcing him to remain on ventilators on artificial support against his will is like violating his right to life and right to die with dignity, which is provided as a constitutional right under Article 21 of the Constitution. And the petitioners also stressed upon the fact that dignity is inseparable from autonomy. So they argued that every person has the right to decide what happens to their own personality or the body. Like, in even the right to refuse unwanted medical treatment should be given to the persons. So even if that refusal is resulting in death of the person, it should be given to the person. So they also relied on the earlier judgment of the common cause case, so where the constitution bench had held that right to die with dignity is part of right to life, and that living wills or advance directives must be respected. So a living will, they said, is not a death wish. So it is like a dignified life value statement. So if a person cannot live meaningfully, then they should be allowed to die peacefully at least. And then also the court agreed and allowed the withdrawal of life support, but there were strict guidelines that were imposed upon it. So it emphasized that withdrawing like the treatment or the main treatment on which the person's life is dependent on is not like killing the person. It is allowing a natural death to happen when recovery is like in at an impossible stage where the person is not at all in a recoverable stage. In fact, when we are putting him on extra life support, it's like subjecting him to cruelty under the guise of care. So the judges recognize that in such cases, the continued treatment is not going to honor the life of the person. It only honors the machinery, not the person at all. So the court considered that this is not an attack on the life of the person. And also, the constitution, the law distinguishes completely between killing and the letting die. So, passive euthanasia does not actively end the life of the person, but it only stops the forcing intervention that is there when recovery is highly impossible. That is why the Supreme Court in this latest case treated it as a moral or a legal, no, sorry, not as a moral or a legal failure, but
Your time is over.
yes, last line, but it considered as a human and lawful recognition of human dignity at the end of the life.
Thank you, F33. Now I would like to call upon A33.
Ma'am, am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible. You may start now.
All right. We stand today at a crossroad between individualism and liberty. Passive euthanasia does not merely threaten the sanctity of life, it systematically dismantles it. The foundation of any civilized society rests upon the one unshakable principle, which is life is sacred. And it is not a commodity to be evaluated by its quality, its productivity, or its medical projection. Every major tradition, like Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, converges upon this truth that direct violation of ahimsa and non-violence, which is considered in Hinduism. These are not merely religious arguments; these are moral bedrock of humanity. I want to highlight what our own courts have said upon this issue. I will begin with Jian Kaur versus State of Punjab, 1996, wherein the Supreme Court of India, speaking clearly and with full constitutional authority, held that Article 21, the right of life and personal liberty, the court affirmed it cannot be stretched to include the right to end one's own life. The court drew a precise distinction between the right to live with dignity is protected, but the right to die an unnatural death that cuts short a natural lifespan, that is not a right at all. And this was a nine judges bench delivering a considered constitutional verdict. Then came the case of Aruna Shanbag, 2011, a woman who had been in a persistent vegetative state for decades, a case that moved the entire nation. It said that withdrawal of life support could not be decided by relatives or doctors alone. It requires High Court approval under Article 226, a medical board of experts, and their consultation. And why is that? This is because the court understood the weight of what was being permitted. And most recently, the Harish Rana versus Union of India 2026, a judgment which delivered just this year. The Supreme Court authorized passive euthanasia only after exhaustive scrutiny, after confirming that beyond doubt that recovery was completely impossible. Even in granting permission, the courts focused on care, not on the ease of exit. Well, what does this tell us? This tells us that even our highest court, even when it has permitted passive euthanasia in most exceptional cases, has done so with conditions and with safeguards so stringent that they reflect a deep institutional anxiety about where this path leads. Evidence from Netherlands, which is one of the first nations to legalize euthanasia, showed cases where informed consent was routinely bypassed and lives were ended without any explicit patient's request. What began a mercy for the terminally ill gradually crept toward depression, dementia, and disability. If a country with far stronger institutional infrastructure could not hold that line, then why cannot we do it? India is a country of deep socio-economic disparity and insufficient rural healthcare. In this reality, passive euthanasia is not a free and informed choice. It is a coerced exit for those who simply cannot afford to stay alive. Where a family cannot bear the cost of prolonged care, the decision to withdraw treatment is not dignity; it is desperation wearing a dignified mask. Finally, the Hippocratic Oath has guided
8:33,
doctors for
your time is over.
ma'am, just one line if possible. For centuries, the Hippocratic Oath, which has taken by the doctors and guided them with one clear instruction that do no harm. The Medical Council of India itself considers euthanasia as an unethical conduct. The moment we ask doctors to facilitate death, however, gently frame it, we erode the very identity of the doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, A33. Judges, kindly note that we have one more team, F34 and A34. With your permission, I would like to call F34. To call F34.
Am I audible?
Kindly switch on your camera. Yes, you are audible and visible.
Okay, shall I start?
Yes. One second. Judges, kindly permit F34. Judges, Kindly wait for 10 to 15 seconds. We are waiting for the judges.
Okay.
Judges, kindly permit F34 to start.
Yeah. Proceed, please.
Okay. Shall I start?
Let's start now.
Yes, you may start.
Okay, now. Keeping a person alive on machines where there is no hope for the recovery, is that the act of care or is that the act of cruelty? A person in the vegetative state in a hospital bed for years, no consciousness, unable to feel, unable to speak. Would you call the act of life or just a prolonged suffering? Greetings, everyone. I, F34, stands here to speak in the favor of the motion that passive euthanasia is the right to die with dignity and not a threat to sanctity of life. I will be presenting my arguments in threefold manner. First, right to die with dignity contemplates constitutional morality. Article 21 of the Indian Constitution guarantees right to life with dignity, not mere survival. In the landmark case of Common Cause versus Union of India, which clearly held that right to die is the integral part of Article 21 and introduced the concepts of living wills. From Aruna Schonberg versus Union of India to the recent 2026 Harish Rana versus Union of India, where we have seen first implementation of passive euthanasia, withdrawal of life support systems, and allowing a natural death. Passive euthanasia respects individual autonomy. That is, the freedom to choose how to live and how not to suffer endlessly. My second argument, compliance with ethical principles of medical jurisprudence. Your Lordship, the medical jurisprudence is based on two principles, that is, beneficence, that is, in the act acting in the favor of the patient's interest, and non-maleficence, that is, do not harm. Forcing person to live without any possible recovery violates both these principles. Without passive euthanasia, doctors are only becoming machine operators, not healers. And with passive euthanasia, they have become compassionate, respect, and humanity. My third argument, effective safeguards help to prevent misuse. Many opponents have mentioned about misuse of the passive euthanasia, but I want to argue that passive euthanasia in India is not free and not arbitrary. It is allowed only under strict legal and procedural safeguards. I would like to mention first medical board approval. In India, decision is not taken by single doctor as it requires confirmation from the independent doctor and medical board approval, which ensures confirmation that patient is terminally ill and there is no recovery possible. Second, consent of patient or living will. If the patient is conscious, their consent is mandatory. But if the patient is not conscious, living will, that is document stating that if I am in irreversible condition, withdraw life support. Third, family involvement. Family consent is taken when patient cannot decide. And lastly, legal documentation and procedure ensures transparency and accountability. To conclude, I would like to say it is not killing, it is allowing a nature to recourse its dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, F34. Now I would like to call upon A34. I request judges to note that A34 is absent.
Okay, fine.
I request judges to note that now we have F24 and A24 back with us. With your permission,
Yeah, proceed with them.
I would like to call upon F24.
With the due permission of the jury, I would like to proceed. May I? And am I clearly audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Firstly, before I begin, I'm very humbly sorry for the mistake that I committed last time due to the network error. Shall I begin? In the words of Oscar Wilde, I quote, "To live is the rarest thing in the world, and most people just exist." A very good afternoon to the honorable jury, worthy opponent, and this distinguished gathering. Today, I ask you to sit with my words, because in our country across hospitals, there are people who are not really living, but machines are keeping them alive, without any awareness, without any dignity, and without any hope for their future betterment. Is that what we mean when we say that life is sacred? Today, I stand before you affirmly with conviction and compassion that passive euthanasia is not a threat to the sanctity of life, but it is the very sanctity of life. The Constitution of India through Article 21 does not merely guarantee life, it guarantees life with dignity. And in Common Cause versus Case of India, or Union of India, the Supreme Court held that the right to die with dignity is the fundamental right. In fact, as recently stated in the year 2023, the court further simplified the process of passive euthanasia by making it easier for individuals to exercise this right through living wills of the individuals around them. This is not a radical claim. This is rather constitutional and more humane than any other existing mechanism of euthanasia. Let us now be very much clear about the definition of euthanasia, that what it stands for. Euthanasia is nothing more than the withdrawal of medical treatment that no longer heals the individual, but rather prolongs the suffering and puts an end to it, done with an informed consent of the caretakers of the individual who is in the state of vegetation right at that point. It prolongs it puts an end to the prolonged suffering of the individual. A person kept alive only by machines is not being given life, they are being denied peace. When there is no awareness, no dignity, and no hope of recovery, what are we actually preserving? Life, or just merely the sufferings? And my opponents may argue that what are we actually preserving life at cost? And I agree, life is sacred. But let me ask you, is prolonging their pain really preserving their life, or we are merely delaying their death? Passive euthanasia does not put an end to the life. It ends a prolonged dying. And if dignity matters in life, it must matter in death. Because true sanctity is not about keeping a body breathing. It's about honoring a life. Across globe, passive euthanasia is seen as a humane choice. Germany, Italy, and many other such countries allow patients to refuse life support system through will of their living ones around them. And sometimes, the best we can do for our living ones is that, letting them go. I, as F24, stand firmly with the motion that thank you very much.
Thank you, F24. Now I would like to call upon A24.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You may start now.
All right. A very warm namaste to the honorable judges and my fellow participants. I would like to begin with a quote of Mr. Thomas Jefferson. That is, the only true duty of a good and democratically elected government is the care of its people and the care of their lives. People who have spoken before me have invoked quite a powerful imagery. They have talked about a lot of things, but when we take apart all of those euphemisms, we see an ugly truth looking back at us. First of all, we must dissect this very wording. There is nothing passive about passive euthanasia. There is nothing passive about a doctor who is withdrawing morphine from a suffering patient. There is nothing passive about a mother who refuses to take care of her dying child. And there is nothing passive about a society that has given up on its own members and is now labeling them as nothing more than an inconvenience. People who have spoken before me have, I would say, misdirected their energy, and quite regrettably so. In our country, I would like to point out, less than 2% of the people who are terminally ill have access to palliative care. This care is essential for the alleviation of their symptoms and their suffering. Less than 2%, I would like to put an emphasis on it. This is a systematic failure at a catastrophic level, and we should be holding government accountable for its apathy to completely leave these people on their own and not taking care of them, and then talking about dignity to death. It is ridiculous for a democratic form of government. And we don't even have to talk about hypotheticals. We can look at real life examples like Canada and Belgium. In Canada, at this point, 5% of their total deaths, 5%, I might repeat, are deaths that were sought through euthanasia. In Belgium, an increasing number of teenagers and young adults are now seeking euthanasia. This is not a dignified end. This is a societal collapse, a complete collapse of our order, where people who feel that they are so burdensome that even at a young age they seek death rather than treatment and to fight it. Whenever we talk about this issue, we invoke words like dignity, right, choice. But under all of this, we all know that there are desperate parents, there are family members who are drowning in debt, and there is an apathetic government that has abandoned them completely. We should be, as a society, taking care of the most vulnerable members of our society and their people. As well as, I would like to point out that an increasing number of young people are now choosing euthanasia. It's not really about a dignified end. This is about giving up on life itself. And in the end, I would like to say, if we cannot give them a reason to live, we do not have the right to tell them to die either. Thank you.
Thank you, A24. With this, we have come to the end of this session. Respected judges, members of technical team, organizing committee, and participants, the diversity of perspectives shared today has not only enriched our understanding but also encouraged us to think more critically and constructively. Sessions like these truly reflect the spirit of healthy debate and intellectual growth. On behalf of everyone present here, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt vote of thanks for today's session of the 11th Subharti and Unmukt Bharat National Debate Competition 2026, which has been truly insightful and engaging. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed judges for their time, patience, and valuable observations, which will undoubtedly guide us in our future endeavors. A special note of appreciation goes to the technical team and the organizing committee for their seamless efforts in making this event a success. I would also like to extend our gratitude to our exclusive media partner, SSC Online, for their valuable support. Further details regarding this schedule will be communicated through the respective WhatsApp group. With this, I once again thank you all for making today's session so enriching and impactful. Thank you.